Hello everyone, welcome back to the GNF session. We're going to start the day with a session called Space Computing, Global Open Science and AI in Space. Please join me in welcoming Yi Yuan, Research Professor at Space Computing System, Cheong Lab.
Welcome to the IAC 2025 Sydney today. And it's my great honor to host this session for GNF. The title is Space Computing, Global Open Science and AI in Space. Okay, so please let's get started. So our first speaker would be Li Jun Huang, who is our Deputy Director of Space Computing System at Zhejiang Laboratory. And this session, the organization would be like, we will give each panel speaker will give a short presentation and followed by a Q&A session. Okay, let's welcome Mr. Huang. Thank you.
Good morning, respected colleague and friend. Huang Lijun, Deputy Director of Space Computing System of Zhejiang Lab from China. I'm very pleased to be here and share about space computing and three-body computing constellation and how AI will transform the scientific research paradigm in the space. The three-body computing constellation is a fully open, space-based intelligent computing infrastructure jointly developed by Zhejiang Lab and a global partner. It supports AI plus science initiative and fosters AI plus global cooperation. We are defining a new class of satellites, the computing satellites, which will enable satellites work through interconnection and networking. And in the future, we will connect with over 1,000 satellites, which will deliver computing power of 1 EOPS. May of this year, we achieved the milestone by launching the first 12 satellites. This is the first space computing system in history, and for the first time, an 8 billion AI model was deployed in this space. Compared with the traditional satellites, our computing satellites are fundamentally different. First, they're smart. We developed a new kind of computer for our satellites by combining CPU, GPU, and FPGA, which will give each satellite computing power from 1 POPS to 10 POPS. Second, our satellites are smart. They're connected by laser link, giving the communication speed from 10 gigabytes to 200 gigabits. This make a solid foundation for the AI application in space. Here I want to give some application in space, explain how AI is transforming the scientific research paradigm in the space. As we know, Xihe second solar observatory will launch in 2027. These satellites will generate more than 700 gigabit data in space daily, but previously less than 50 gigabit can be transferred to the ground. So our constellation gives a new opportunity for efficient data processing in orbit. That means our scientists can get instant results, less than minutes instead of months. And now we are also helping monitoring the UN's Sustainable Development Goals by combining multiple satellite data for the real time. We are helping monitoring urbanization and checking the desert ecosystems and even help protect the forest in different areas. And beyond the Earth observation, our constellation is also transforming the way how we study the universe. X-ray, polarimetry, and experimentally detected and astronomical time domain model I deployed on 2 computer satellites, which enable our detect of transient source less than seconds, which make the science research much 100 faster than before. And we also established cooperation with UNESCO's Decade of Science and UNESCO's AI for Good. We are promoting AI benefit for the whole humankind. And we also will start a new program, Open Science new program, named Olive Laser Initiative. We will provide 1 or 2 scientific experiment satellites per year. We will invite global scientists to payload scientific equipment on our satellites and test intelligent application on satellites. And for the end, as we know, AlphaVit start from 4 initiative nodes and launch the evolution of communication. Right now, we have 12 computing satellites in space. That represents the new area of space computing in the future. I think we together with our commercial company with university over the world, we will start a new chapter of the new area of space discovery. Thanks a lot.
Okay, so Dr. Huang mentioned the space computing. Actually, for this, the 3-body computing constellation is just a start for the. It's a space computing infrastructure to support computing services for the future. So next, please welcome Mr. Xu Yan, Executive Director, VP of Land Space Hongqing Technology China. Please.
Hi, everyone. It's such an honor to be here at the IAC to introduce something really special, the Olive Leaf Initiative. So what is Olive Leaf Initiative? It's a non-profit space bridge for global innovators. We will launch 1 free satellite for space streamer around the world. And it's also a gift from China to the world. Let's be honest, space is hard. During the opening ceremony, someone mentioned that Australia built its first satellite in 1967, but didn't actually launch it until 1970, 3 years later. But it's pretty normal in aerospace. But we believe it didn't have to stay that way. Because we at Hongqing can build satellites, and our parent company, Land Space, is one of China's top rocket makers. Space is hard, we get it. But now we are ready to change it. Then let's talk about the cost. Then let's talk about the cost. Space is hard and also expensive. So expensive that a lot of new tech never even get a chance to space. That slowed down progress big time. That's why with Olive Leaf, we were offering free ride sharing for payloads, no charge. Olive Leaf's vision is to build an open, inclusive space experiment platform. Through openness, we pursue universal benefit. A rich country such as Australia can do this, launch rockets and satellites. But how about the developing countries, or even countries struggling with poverty? We all share this planet. We all look up at the same stars. Hongqing's motto is space tech for you and I. Because space shouldn't be just for the few. We want to help more people join in. What's the most important part? Sparkling curiosity, igniting imagination. Imagine that people in Solomon Islands can use programming to control satellites. Students in Africa can observe their own house roof from the sky and space. You maybe were inspired by Apollo. Me, inspired by China Lunar Exploration Project. And somewhere out there, someone will be inspired by olive leaf. Our initiative, open to all. Free payloads, opportunity for scientists, startup, students, and general public. And the roadmap, in 2026, we will launch the first satellite. And from then on, a satellite will be launched every year. You can scan this QR code to leave the information and your special idea, or you can take a picture to share the olive leaf with your partners and friends. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to Zhejiang Lab. We jointly issued this project, and also they involved UNESCO in this project. Space Tech for you and I. Thanks.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Xian. Yeah, indeed, olive leaf is a quite inspiring initiative, and we just start with. So hopefully we can use this platform to collaborate more people to get involved with this topic. Okay, so our next speaker is Quentin Park. Please welcome.
Good day, everybody. I hope you don't mind if I actually stand up, because I'm an academic and I never sit down if I'm giving a talk. So please, but fortunately I'm not very tall, so I don't obscure the screen. So I hope that's okay. As I said, I'm an Australian, and I'd just like to express my gratitude to the elders past and present as the traditional custodians of this land that we're standing on today. I've been in Hong Kong for 10 years, but I'm Australian, originally from the UK. So let's get going, because I only got 6 minutes. Also, it's the first time I've ever given a talk only 6 minutes long. So I don't know if I'm going to get through all the slides. So I've come up with an acronym, SHARD, which, as you may know in English, means broken bits and pieces, usually glass. But satellites hunting autonomously could be risky. It could be remediating debris. And I think for this, AI is the future. Without AI, I think the task of doing this before the Kessler syndrome enacts will be extremely difficult. So AI in space is a hot topic, obviously. There's lots of applications and shared benefits that come, and huge opportunities too. The three main areas I see here are smart traffic management, smart debris monitoring, and smart debris removal missions, and so SHARD solutions. So there's a lot of points there. Hopefully this talk will be available later online, so you can check out the various points there. But basically they are the three key areas: smart traffic management, smart debris monitoring, and smart debris removal missions. I'm at the Hong Kong U, currently ranked 11th in the world. I don't know if that's a mistake, but that's currently where we are. But we actually do have a bit of heritage in space activities, in missions. We've got a Chang'e 7 lunar camera coming up in 2026, November. That's going to take a wide field color imaging of the moon. We've got a 12U CubeSat going to lunar orbit in 2028 for debris, for micrometeorite impact onto the lunar surface for threat assessment, for lunar habitation. And we've got other universities in Hong Kong also active, especially PolyU, which is a bronze sponsor of this meeting, actually. So last year, in December, we ran a very successful space sustainability conference in the University of Hong Kong. And that brought in people from over 21 nations. And that's the first time all 5 nations' representatives of the UN Security Council were present at the same meeting on something like space debris. So we see Hong Kong as a superconnector still between East and West, and a place where people can come to talk about the very serious issues we're all hearing about at this meeting over the last few days. So that was this actually whole meeting sort of motivated me, first of all, to get more and more into the space sustainability area, but think more deeply about what we need to do. So if you look at China's 2050 space blueprint, it looks to emerge as a global leader in space science and technology. I think that's happening. If you look at the amazing Chinese space missions there are, sample return to the moon from the front and back side of the moon, never been done. And Hong Kong is very lucky to get some samples of moon rock from both of those missions. And in fact, China has been sharing these moon rock around the world to universities in Europe and even to the United States. So I think that's fantastic. And that's what you need if you're going to build trust and move forward together, because without international collaboration, we will get nowhere with this issue, and suddenly it's going to be game over. So anyway, if you want to check out the blueprint of this, it's a freely available document. Check it out. There's lots of exciting plans, just like the Americans with Artemis and Europeans, and the Indians, we have Chinese also doing amazing things in space. So a bit of an advert now. Next year in May, we're running the second largest meeting that you have in astronomy and astrophysics and space science. That's called the Asia-Pacific Regional Meeting of the International Astronautical Union, holding it in May next year in Hong Kong. And that's got Nobel laureates and Shaw Prize. Is that my time up already? Oh, no, sure. Oh, sorry. Not my alarm. Great, I'll just keep going. And there's one issue there, space sustainability is a major theme of that meeting. So maybe some of you here will be interested in coming along and participating in that. As you can see that image there of space sustainability, all those things there are satellites going across a field of view that astronomers might be interested in checking stuff out, but they can't see anything because of all the asteroids. So, new space economy, $1.8 trillion by 2035 potentially. Latest figures could be 2.2 trillion US dollars. Of course, if through space debris, the Kessler syndrome of cascading catastrophic collapse of the low Earth orbit environment happens, it's game over for everything. Nobody here will be here, because there's no point having any of your stands or exhibitions or talking, because there's no environment, it's destroyed. So unless we actively collaborate internationally and mandate real action and stop just talk, but let's start walk, and do stuff, we're going to get nowhere. And time is running out. We've got maybe 10 years. Okay, so bang, this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen, and it's going to happen, every time you have a collision. A small particle, maybe less than a centimeter in size, moving 8 kilometers per second, hits another satellite with the explosive power of a grenade. It's just simple kinetic energy. So here's the threat, 130 million pieces we can't track. 40-odd thousand pieces we can track, which 10 centimeters inside or larger, all traveling at huge speeds, all incredibly different and complex orbits, many of them tumbling and rotating. So you think, oh, look at that debris, but the blue thing in the middle is a low Earth orbit. The other stuff is in high orbits. And that's like a particle for each piece of debris that we can track. The blue stuff is so many particles there, it just looks like we're looking at the blue planet. That's actually debris. Here's a figure for the Kessler syndrome. This is, a lot of simulations are going on about this now, and some simulations say it could happen as early as 2035. That means we go back not to the Stone Age, but we go back to living like we did in the 1950s. So all your mobile phones are going to stop working, doing the things they do. You can't do your banking, you can't do your trading, you can't do much when all of that is destroyed. So, there are systems, we're trading out things. Look at that spacecraft taking a bit of rocket down to Earth. Yes, so 100 million mission to take back a piece of 100-kilogram defunct rocket. That is not a cost-effective solution to debris remediation, but at least it's a demonstrator. I think Hong Kong can play a major role in this because not only of our location in the world and our superconductor capacity, but because we're the third most important fintech center. We're the leader for IPOs. We can do the investment. We have compliance, regulation in place, and global arbitration systems, making us an ideal place to be a global center for space sustainability. That tells you why Hong Kong. There's lots of reasons why it's a good place to be, not just a beautiful city, where I've been for more than 10 years, but because I really believe it can play an important role here. And so China's not responsible for most of the debris. That's America and Russia over decades, but it has contributed, especially in the last couple of decades. So I think that China has the capacity, the intent, and the ability to make a real difference globally for the world, to step up to the plate and act as a decent broker for the world going forward for this. Stepping up for global good. So that's it. Thank you very much indeed, and I'll hand over to Dr. Fakud.
Thank you, Professor Parker. And as he mentioned, so debris is certainly is a big issue nowadays, and certainly it will generate much more data as well. So once we get so much more data, so certainly space computing and also the three-body computing constellation is the power to support data processing in orbit. So, okay, let's move to next Farhad. So who will give a speech? Yes, exactly the same title. Okay, space computing, please. Yeah. Thank you, Farhad.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Farhad, representing Uzbek Space Agency. So, continuing Professor Quentin's attitude, let me also stand. I also provide classes at the Central Asian University in Uzbekistan. So it's common to me also to, walk around, talk to the students, and try to look slides and then explain everything. So it's more, common to me. So anyway, I joined the Uzbek Space Agency at 2022. And at that time, I came from the academia. So I was a researcher specifying in training and deploying AI models. And there was a big necessity at this agency to start applying AI to process satellite imagery for Earth observation applications. So I prepared these slides from the perspective of a researcher who works in the government agency who is focusing which is focusing on the space sector. So I feel every day I face some challenges whenever I need to apply AI models into the processing. So that's why I try to prepare slides to share my thoughts on applying AI. Talking about the AI on the space, edge AI, if we can say, and the open science, like the making data available to everyone. So just a short introduction. We are Uzbek Space Agency from Uzbekistan. It's located in the Central Asia. We are a relatively young government organization. I'm sorry. So we started our focus on our job mainly for the Earth observation applications because we found that it has great potential to be used and helpful to the government to monitor the whole territory of the country. So we are developing different type of applications for the projects like agriculture, water resource management, ecology, geology, land management, seismology, and so on. Well, some of the results of our AI application you can see on the slides. So moving on to the space computing. So already a few speakers mentioned about the history of computing. So we know that traditional workflow, how it goes from the current satellites, it goes to the raw imagery, then it should be post-processed on the Earth, on the ground station, or in any other facilities. So which creates some delays of hours to days, and this might create problems when we need the data right now. So this is one of the problems. So one of the emerging paradigm is that onboarding processing. So the good part of that, nowadays GPUs are really good. Manufacturing is really good. So now we are starting to embed GPUs onto the satellite. That's good. And I just put just the first example, ESA's FISAT or FISAT one, just to give us some brief history. And another case is that we could consider some cloud integration, which actually provides some, based on my understanding, near real-time satellite data distribution globally. This is one more option. And talking about open science in the space era. Just to remember, at the beginning I said that every day I feel some struggle and some stress because of the data. Sometimes you cannot find the data, and sometimes data is not transparent, not accessible, and sometimes we cannot reproduce some of the results when we talk about applying AI. So. The good thing is that we have a Copernicus Sentinel Data Hub, which is good, open and free, and we actually need to praise these guys who are working there because we could easily download and then test our ideas. Another point that democratization here, because if data is open, we could, easily utilize and help people, for example, in the monitoring water bodies or applying it for agriculture to identify different crop types, consider it for health monitoring or the yield prediction, as well as since people are more coming from rural areas to the cities, we could see the trends and the forecast using AI models for the urban expansions. Yeah. So what's the outcome here? If the data is open, easily even students can make startup companies, start some projects. It's good for the universities because they can easily take data. It's transparent, accessible. They can do some projects. They can collaborate with the agencies or with the different companies. So, which makes this good for everyone. Yeah. And if you talk about the AI in space, so it's good that when I started, doing my job at the Uzbek Space Agency, I tried to search, and read lots of papers, and I found that at that time, back in 2022, there was less ideas about applying AI. But nowadays, it's good. Now everyone is talking applying AI into the space sector. It's really good, which makes me happy because that means at least 10 years I have a job. Yeah, that's a good point. And so now the AI is a game changer everywhere. Everyone utilize ChatGPT or Claude or any other the GPT-based model. That is good. And the point is that it's coming to our field. Sorry to say that, but I also consider myself as a working employee at the space sector. Yeah. So why is AI at the edge? Because it provides some autonomous decision making when the time is really critical. For example, just to mention, in 2023 it was some disasters in Turkey. Everyone heard about that. It's a really sad story. So I don't want to happen this kind of situation anymore, but whenever that kind of situation happens, we need to quickly respond. At that time, AI can be really helpful. Not to just to get the raw analytics, but get some kind of at least 80 to 90% the results, so that we can quickly process it by ourselves, make some kind of decision, and then just to respond to this disaster. And also one of the good examples is the deforestation from the Global Forest Watch. It's a really nice example. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm taking too much time, yeah, right? So I will be quick. Another case is the integration and interoperability, which actually helps bridging diverse system into a unified framework, because every AI engineer or any engineer makes their framework based on their understanding. So that means different formats, different type of catalogs, different type of structures. So what should we do? Actually, we should try to make some kind of standard. So it's a question about the standardization. So one of the good examples is that Open Geospatial Consortium standard and the Spatio-Temporal Asset Catalog. So what I'm trying to say that sometimes when I'm trying to download some of the data which is accessible, open to use, I feel that I need to, try to align with their way. So if there will be one unified way, then it would be much easier to, to get the data, and then we don't need to spend a lot of time to make more coding to do that. Yeah, so which helps to enable plug-and-play data fusion across platforms for seamless research and applications. Yeah. Of course, whenever we talk about AI and open science, we should talk about the ethics, security, and equity. Yeah, here I put more attention to the ethical side from the perspective that some of the data that represents, for example, North America or South America, or let's say the Africa, we may not apply in some other regions. For example, there is a good tree segmentation model from S3, and which cannot be applied to any other region because of it's trained on the North American data sets. So that makes a bit difficulty for the emerging agencies, for the new startup companies, because they need to fine-tune all the models, find the data set to make this model to be applicable into their region. And of course, we need to talk about the data sovereignty. Yeah, there are some countries may put some kind of regulations that is from one side is good, from one side is probably bad. I'm not sure, but just sharing the thoughts. Some geopolitical dimensions, concerns about the dual-use technologies, where we can open the data, but the data might be utilized for military purposes. That's not that good. Yeah, and also the equitable participation. So we should help developing countries, emerging countries, let's say, to access space data if possible. I mean, who has more data, and if it's lies under the openness criteria, we should try to open the data so that everyone can download it and then use it. Yeah, some of the thoughts about the future directions. Oh, sorry, the text missed. Anyway. So if possible, I would like to focus on the call to action. If you are ready to open the data, please share the data, contribute algorithms, and co-develop some applications, which actually helps and aligns with the UN SDGs criteria requirements. Yeah, and just at the last, I would like to say, science should be at the forehand of everything, and to develop to do deep research, we need to have a data, and we need to have a good algorithms, AI models. So I would like to call everyone, if possible, to share data, to open data. And one more thing, just to say that Uskosmos this year is bidding for IAC 2028. Yes. So I will not say anything, just informing you guys. Yeah. And last but not least, I would like to say thanks to the Australian government, IAF, IAC, and also the Beijing Lab for organizing this kind of event. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Farhud. Yeah, you mentioned a very important factor is that data, because to do AI in space, data is very important, and also data, we need to collect more data, as possible, especially for the public data, and this one is concerned for everyone. And but it's coming to another question is that, so how to manage this data in a secured way probably is the question we all need to answer together. Okay, anyway, so let's move to next. Dr. Hamid Mohammed, Scientific Affairs Officer, Head of United Nations SPIDER Beijing office from USA. Welcome. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Apologies in advance if I skip some slides in the interest of time. But yeah, I'll try to focus on the stuff that has already been discussed and where is the UN's take on that, and how do we address those issues. Thank you so much for raising the issue related to ethical AI. We will come to that one. So how do I go back? But okay. So I already skipped 2 slides, but I can go back? Okay. Anyways, so before I start the presentation, just a brief introduction of what we do. So I work for the UN-USA, which is the Office for Outer Space Affairs, and it's the UN system for focal point for everything related beyond our atmosphere. Inside UN-USA, there's a program called UN SPIDER, and it deals with the use of Earth observation data for disaster, and we work in all the phases of a disaster. Okay, in this presentation, I'll cover the state of the art of the Earth observation for SDGs and how it's connected to GAI. Then I'll introduce our policy brief that we released yesterday on ensuring responsible AI in space and Earth observation. And then will be, if there is time, there'll be some discussion on the geospatial foundation model, which is the next AI that's happening in the space sector. Okay, so if you want to sum it up, the current state of AI is that we are living in the golden age because of 3 things. Number 1, the data. Number 2, compute. And number 3, GAI. I'll unpack all 3 of these for you. If you look at the data that's available in the public domain, that's coming from at least 1,300 Earth observation satellites right now. Right now, if you look at the active satellites, there are 8,000 satellites active, and out of those, 1,300 are Earth observation satellites. We are expected to touch around 40,000 to 60,000 satellites by 2040. So there's going to be a lot more data coming in. But if just from these 1,300 satellites, you look at the data that's available in the open access domain, you got around 70 terabyte per day coming from NASA, 20 terabyte coming from ESA, and around 10 terabyte, more than that, but if you can do a good guesstimation, 10 terabyte from China. So you got 100 terabyte of data every day freely available to you. And then on top of that, you have around 70 to 100 exaflop of compute available to you. I'll just give you an idea of how big one exaflop is, that if you take a computation problem and you ask the whole human population to start solving this problem, and we don't take a break, and we keep on doing it every day, and we take the whole human population take 4 years to solve that problem, that is one exaflop. And then you have 70 to 100 exaflop available to you all the time to compute a portion of the data. So that was data, this is compute. And then you have the geo AI. So previously we had traditional models where there was this one input, one output. So you used to take land use, land cover, Landsat data, and then you just get land use, land cover, or a flood map or anything. But now you have foundational models, which are multimodal models, which take huge amount of data sets, and then they give you a lot of outputs. But this is tricky. I'll just want a show of hand from the audience. How many of you in the room use tools like ChatGPT, Gemini? If you use it, just raise your hand. Okay, majority of you use it. Now I'm going to ask another question, and I'm going to, there are going to be like multiple options for that. So I'm going to start with the first option, and then I'm going to keep decreasing the percentage. The people who have developed, or the scientists who have developed these tools called LLMs, in your opinion, how much do they actually understand how an LLM works? Let's start with 100%. How many of you think that the scientists actually understand how the LLM works? 100%. 80%. 50. 40. 30. 20. So yeah, it's 20%. So how the LLM actually works is 20%. I'll just give you a short example. If you give a very basic problem to ChatGPT, ask it to give you a sum of 5 plus 3, 8, right? And then you ask the ChatGPT to explain the steps that it used to calculate that or compute that thing. It'll give you those steps. But the problem is that those steps will not match with how it actually computed it. So those two are completely different things. And we are still struggling to find out that what actually happens at the back end. And just imagine that you are taking these algorithms and you're putting them in space and taking those critical decisions in space and on ground related to disaster, mapping a flood, or mapping land use, land cover, and taking decisions on top of that. So that brings us to this policy brief that we released yesterday. This is the policy brief on ensuring responsible AI in space and Earth observation. And this is a dialogue around making sure that there are rules to use AI in space and Earth observation. People say that rules and regulations, they stifle innovation, but that's not the case. I mean, you look at the traffic rules, right? You have rules, and they allow you to drive fast or drive safe. And the same thing needs to happen with AI. You need to define rules so you can drive fast and drive safe in space and on ground. I'll just show 5. So the policy brief have 5 basic objectives, and against each objective, we are asking either the member states or the private sector and the academia to take certain actions. This is, again, recommendations that how we can move forward to making sure that there's safe AI there. I'll just list out the 5 objectives. So the first objective is that there has to be ethical and transparent AI for space operations. Any algorithm that's used in space should be safe, it should be open, it should be explainable. You just cannot send a black box out there and take decision based on that. Number 2, needs to be fairness, inclusivity, and global capacity building. You raised a very good point that you cannot train a data that's heavy on global north and implement on global south. Most of the geo-foundational models that you see happening, or the embeddings that are out there, I think Google launched the Alpha Foundation embedding, and then that is heavily trained or driven by the data that's coming from the global north. You cannot implement it in global south. Then you will see a lot more applications which are ChatGPT-like, which will be geospatial applications, but they will be like ChatGPT. You will just write a prompt and it will compute the data for you. We need to be very careful with these kind of applications. So GFMs or the GFMs, we have a whole couple of slides on that, and we need to be very careful with those. The other two are, we need to make sure that there's not a lot of carbon footprint when we run those models. They are really intensive in terms of data centers. You will be shocked by where these new data centers are being set up. It's the global south where there is no water. We need to be very careful about that. And then, I mean, we saw an example how China could do DeepSeek with less compute. It does not have to be compute which drives the innovation. I mean, sorry to say, but OpenAI is doing that. It's just it's very computationally intensive, which should not be the case. And the last one is that fairness, inclusivity, and global capacity building. We don't want to create another digital divide of have and have-nots. People or countries who have access to high-grade AI models and countries or member states who don't have access to that. So it's a very interesting read. Go read about it. There's an email at the end. If you have any feedback, reach out to us. We do want to do a next version of that policy brief sometime next year. And I'll skip the next slides. This is specifically for geospatial foundation models on our experience that how can you be more responsible when generating geospatial foundation models. Again, we're not saying that you should not do it. It's just that you should be doing it very responsibly. And then we have come up with the key steps for effective localization pipeline. Again, there's a document attached to it. You can go and study on the website. So that's it from my end. Help us define the laws and the rules and the regulations. We have to do it together to make sure that there's a responsible AI in space on Earth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hamid. So you give a very good guidance from United Nations point of view. So certainly, we every time if we would like to deploy AI in space, certainly we need to take responsibilities. AI, so responsible AI is a very important topic for everyone. So let's move on to the Q&A session. So I've been told. So can we just project the Slido code? And if you have any questions, please scan the code. Yeah, so yeah, it's on the screen now, and then so we will select the questions from Slido, and just during when you type on your questions, so I need to just mention again. So this GNF is sponsored by Chinese Society of Astronautics and Zhejiang Laboratory, and we are. Zhejiang Laboratory is an entity member of CSA, and we're based in Hangzhou, China. So you are welcome to visit Hangzhou one day and do get contact with us. Okay, so let's move on to the question. Okay, so one question is to Zhejiang team. So can you speak on your constellation deployment plans as you have 12 satellite variants launched for the first group of 12? Yeah, so what is the overall plan for the three-body constellation?
Thanks for question. I will give you a brief introduction of our plan for our three-body computing constellation. May of this year, we will launch the first 12 constellation satellites. Our plan of future vision of our constellation is to connect with maybe over 1,000 satellites, computing satellites, maybe in 10 years. The shorter team, maybe we would like to finish 50 to 100 computing satellites in next 2 or 3 years as a medium step to test how AI, how space computing can be work in the space.
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, so I'm also from Zhejiang Lab. I think I probably can, summarize the answer. It's like we plan to build it 1,000 computing satellites. It's a 10 years plan. At the moment, we just done 12, but actually it's the proof of concept phase. And the next phase would be 100, around 100, as Dr. Huang mentioned. So that one is around 2 or 3 years time. So, and that phase we call the verification phase. And the third phase would be up to 1,000. So then that one we can deploy it to provide services to everyone. Okay, so because this is a long-term plan, so we need to build it in a long way as well. So we use the principles with so-called extensive consultation, joint contribution, and shared benefits and mutual development. So we also need to create standards to build up this constellation. So everyone interested in this project, so you are welcome to join in. Okay, so so many questions. Let me select some questions. Okay. Okay, so one question is going to Hamid Mohammed. Do you believe that each of your projects and the suggestions can mesh well together from United Nations point of view?
We'll try. We're not sure because each objective has a different audience. For some of the objectives, the industry or the private sector or the member states are more responsive as compared to the other. But that's what we're trying, right? We're just trying to start a discourse, start the conversation, and let's how it goes. I think the biggest turning point would be the corpus next year, and then UN itself has started 2 new mechanisms. The General Assembly has started 2 new mechanisms on AI. So you will hear a lot more about this because it's not only the space community which is being impacted. There's so many other communities that are going to be impacted by that. And we just need to make sure that there are global rules and laws against which AI can be developed and it can be promoted. Unfortunately, for the last 2 or 3 years, it's the private sector which is driving the innovation, which is not a good thing because there are no checks and balances in place. But then again, hopefully next year when we meet, I will be able to share some progress or report back on how the policy brief was perceived and what actions were actually taken against this policy brief.
Okay, cool. Okay, another question. So I understand the importance of AI, but given the risk of space debris, why not to focus in using computing network in the ground? Why do we need the space computing constellation? Probably this question is going to Mr. Parker.
Sorry, why do we need constellations in space computing?
Yeah, in space especially, yeah.
Well, we have data centers on Earth, and there's plenty of terrain on Earth for data centers. There's a lot of energy required. So the idea is, you put it up in space, it's more secure from espionage, as it were. It's more secure in that sense. But getting it up there is expensive. Making sure space is an extremely harsh environment. You've got a lot of radiation. You've got to really protect your data centers from the impact of harsh radiation and from debris. Yeah. And all these things. And so if you do a cost-benefit analysis, and I haven't seen a really good one yet, that shows, just carrying on building them on Earth, and using renewable energy, because they're very energy intensive. That's one of the issues. So when you test them, you have to use diesel power to test it if there's a blackout, and that's polluting. So we should put it up in space, which is also polluting, to put the rocket to launch the things up with all the propellant that's polluting, et cetera, et cetera. So it's just like it's a game. It's like, let's have a new industry. Let's put space sails in space to generate energy and put it down to the ground. But they're forgetting that, the elephants, not a single elephant, it's a herd of elephants in a room, we're putting up more stuff every year than we're bringing down. So it's all very well that our satellites can be self-remediating at the end of their 5 years' life. That's not really the issue anymore. There's so much stuff still going up. Plans for tens of thousands of satellites in the next 10 years from all sorts of areas and jurisdictions, and countries doing this. And yet, the action to remediate it is not there. So let's just put up data centers in L2. Let's put up, electric generating facilities in space, blah, 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 without thinking, let's mine asteroids. Vast sums of money being wasted in all of these games. Yes. But we really need to get real about what a true cost-benefit analysis of these things are. AI has a really important role to play here, I believe, in telling us, is it sensible to even do that? Let's ask AI.
Yes, yes, that is a very good answer I've heard. Yeah, and again, so I think I've heard two key words. One is the efficiency and the cost effective. So in that way, so certainly we believe space computing has a great potential for the future applications. Okay, let's move on to another question. Okay, space data is often tied to national security. How do you address the conflict between data security and the data sharing? I think this question is goes to Farhad.
Actually, it's a really good question, and it's a tricky question. There is no universal, I guess, solution, and there is no exact answer to this question. Because once you open the data, it's available to everyone to download, then you cannot be sure to which purpose it can be used. Yeah, well, I could, from the engineering perspective, I could suggest that you could enable some code to track where your data is going, and you could manipulate the data so that it can pop up in some algorithm or model. But that is not the right way, because it's it can be considered as illegal, so it's not the right way. So as I mentioned, there is no just a correct way to do it, right way. So just everyone who is taking this data should be should guarantee that it cannot be used for the for military purposes or any this kind of purpose too. It's as I said, not a single answer, and I guess nobody can guarantee that. So for example, Sentinel data is open freely. Well, you can restrict data, downloading data for certain countries, but VPN is there. They can walk around and then get that data. You cannot put that borders, imaginary walls, something like that. Once the data is open, it's open. It should be used. And the purposes, yeah, it's hard to control. One thing is that just to put some kind of regulations and the laws that can be that says that you should take some guarantees that it cannot be used for these purposes. And if that found, no, it might be silly stuff. I agree. Maybe someone may not agree. It's okay, but still, we should just take some guarantees from the person who is taking the advantage of that data. Yeah.
Yes, great. I can see another important key words for this question is to build up a trust. And also one significant features for the space data, especially for the public data, is there's no boundaries within the space. It belongs to all humanities. So we need to build up trust to use this kind of data, and also to make the policy transparent to everyone, and so everyone can contribute it, and everyone can benefit from it. I think that is the most important things to make this to make it a trust to everyone. Okay.
Just to add,
yes, please.
Yeah, that's a good point on the trust, but trust is like imaginary stuff, right? So everyone can say, yeah, I'm trustworthy person, or I'm trustworthy agency or the company, but it's really hard. You will rely on the trust.
Trust is not imaginary. If it's real, it's there. You know it's there, and you base on it. You have humanity gets forward and is based on building up levels of trust. If you don't have trust, you have nothing. You have to have trust. And how do you know you've got trust? When you have the track record of trust. And that I can trust you and you can trust me, and we'll both deliver in our commitment. And that comes over time.
Yes.
It comes through demonstrations of good faith to each other that builds that trust that you then rely on, and then you then count on, and that we need, because without it, what is there?
Exactly. Yeah, I think from both, for example, from both parties' collaboration, at least one party need to show their attitude. We are open. We are trustable, and so. Yeah, we need it. Okay, at least we should build up a trust from the beginning, and then we can move collaboration forward. Okay, cool. So many questions. It's really hard to pick up. Okay, let's select this one. Yeah, what possible solution do you see for the problem of space debris removal, including and apart from current ongoing effort? Oh, okay, I think it's going to Park again.
Okay, that's a very good question for which there's no currently real answer. There's a lot of discussion, there's a lot of research going on around the world for debris remediation, and I do believe AI is required because you've got millions of objects moving around at high speeds in different orbits in different directions, tumbling, rotating. And what we need to do first is remediate the very large derelicts and very large pieces of debris as a low-hanging fruit that we need to get rid of before they themselves become debris. So let's get rid of the really big stuff. And it's more cost effective to do that. But you can't send up one expensive rocket to bring down one piece of defunct rocket body that's not worthless. Yeah. You've got to find some way of hunting and keeping assets in space for long enough that each one can remediate significant numbers of debris. Now, they're looking into the technologies for that. It could be that, I've got a spacecraft that's got 20 CubeSats on board, each one of which has AI on board, each one of which gets launched, matches the orbital velocities and speeds and orientations, and uses, once it's done that through AI, through onboard thrusters, launches itself to attach itself to that satellite through magnets or whatever, and then has onboard propellant to deorbit that piece of debris. So you have a one that can do that 20 times with 20 big bits of debris. That's progress. Other things that uses lasers, like laser ablation from multiple directions. You laser ablate the surface of a satellite. That creates an ejector, which is like a jet. So you can then use that in an intelligent way using AI, and these things can be autonomous, so they can hunt it. That's what I was saying through Chord. You need that kind of technology, I think, to start to address the problem seriously. And if you don't start addressing it within the next 2 or 3 years, it's going to be too late, potentially, if you believe some of those more pessimistic models.
I see. So a lot of people are working on that. I can see the potential on this topic. Yeah. Okay, another question is for Xu Yan. And so what advantages do Hongqin have to support Olive Leaf project?
Oh, yeah, it's our vision. For the first time, we built this company. Now we have a stable work for my company. Then I will take the vision to achieve it. On another hand, we accept donation, but the rest of the money will supply by Hongqin Technology. Yeah.
Oh, yes, that is a really generous gift to everyone, actually. Yeah, and also this Olive Leaf initiative was also initiated by Zhejiang Lab and Hongqin as well. And from Zhejiang Lab's point of view, because we are a non-profit research institute, and we are lucky we have working partners like Hongqin to support this project. But again, so we would like to use this project to build up trust and also to build up computing facilities for the future. Okay, thank you. And so let's see, we still got time for a couple of questions. Oh, yes. So is there a standard to add to our computing unit to your constellation in orbit? And how to join such standardization or contribution to the system? Yeah, I think this question probably is going to Mr. Huang. Yeah, how to access to the three-body computing constellation? Yeah.
I can describe the way how we build the computing constellation. First is open purpose, because we are our satellite's purpose for open science and global cooperation. And the way how we build this satellite is through actually also open cooperation. We are looking forward for the cooperation from different partners. We open like resource, like computing components and data and the application use. So if our partner have some like computing components, we can cooperate with other through inter-trust standard to help you upload your units on our satellites. I think, but how about the specific standard, like Dr. Yuan to make a more specification?
Yes, because my job functionality is somehow related to the standardization. So actually for the standardization work, certainly we need to get more people get involved, and also we need to reach to consciousness, to make agreement on it. And then once we have the standardization, so everyone can follow. And because the standardization can demonstrate the best practice, so what we have learned from the experience, and we would like to open the standardizations to everyone as well. And again, so everyone can contribute to optimize the standardization. So please keep track on our project, and certainly we will provide you with more information on how to access to the constellation and how to get involved with the coming work from us. Okay, so maybe last question. So, which policy do you think is the most necessary at the moment, so to make this AI in space work? Probably any panel speakers would like to answer this question. It's a very open question.
Yeah. I think you heard it on the panel. The most important policy would be to build trust, right? We're struggling to have a conversation around building trust, and for that we need some kind of a conversation, a starter that, okay, these are the rules, and around these rules we can build trust. And I think it's the main ingredient to move forward. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay, it's the end of time. So on behalf of the Chinese Society of Astronautics and the Zhejiang Laboratory, I extend a heartfelt invitation to researchers, institutes, and commercial companies, agencies worldwide to join us in building the three-body computing constellation and the proposed open science initiatives. And we provide infrastructure proposal, and by using this foundation to support AI in space and AI plus global collaboration. Let's work together, cross borders, disciplines, and sectors to make space a shared frontier of knowledge, innovation, and peaceful use for all humanity. Wishing you all enjoy the time in IAC 2025. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome back for the next session titled Space Resources from Sustainable Space Exploration to Benefit from Earth. Before I introduce the keynote speaker, I would like to tell you that you can use a Slido for this session. If there is time at the end, please scan the QR code that will appear just there and ask your questions. Please join me in welcoming on stage Pat Remias, Vice President of Space System Development from Blue Origin.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm Pat. I'm really honored to be here this morning for this particular session. I think this is a great forum, global networking forum, right? We all agree that space is a team sport, and team means across countries, across nations. And so I'm going to be really excited to talk to you this morning about some things that we're doing that encompass not only Blue Origin, but countries and stakeholders from across the globe. So we're really excited about that. All right. So let me talk briefly about Blue Origin in general. So Blue, of course, we do space transportation. We have rockets. We have a lunar program. We do landers. I'm going to give you some updates and some status about those. But we do a lot of things. In this particular talk, I'm going to want to talk about space resources and how do we utilize resources in space so that we aren't just continuously launching stuff off the surface of the planet, right? Because that kind of defeats the purpose. So we're going to talk about that. This particular graphic I really like. It kind of shows, hey, how do we look at what's available on the moon in terms of resources? How do we potentially not only use them on the moon, but bring them back to Earth, and then further extend that technology into near-Earth objects, whether it's asteroids or other things? How do we then further extend that technology? So that's really what this graphic is all about. All right, by the numbers, Blue Origin fast facts. So we were founded in the year 2000. So we literally just celebrated our 25th anniversary as a company. Of course, we were founded by Jeff Bezos. Jeff has had a passion for space since he was very young, even before high school. And he talks about that in various interviews and how he has wanted to do amazing things in space for most of his life. We now have well over 10,000 employees, I will tell you that. We have taken about 75 folks to orbit, and we have another New Shepard launch coming up here very shortly, where we will take another 6 astronauts, I believe, up beyond the Kármán line. We have a passion for engaging the future generations. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. And so we've had 95 million engagements with future generations, right? Whether it's social media or opportunities for people to fly postcards in space or other STEAM engagements. So we're really proud of the work that almost every employee at Blue is involved in that. And we are a business. We are not a hobby. Our CEO, Dave Limp, talks about that all the time. When he took that job from Jeff, he said, hey, Jeff, is this a business or a hobby? And Jeff said, oh, no, this is a business. And so we have roughly 10 billion in orders. And so we are working towards expanding that sales backlog even further. So now with the advent of our New Glenn rocket. So we talk about building the road to space for the benefit of Earth. And so really, in its heart of hearts, and Jeff talks about this also, Blue Origin is an infrastructure company. And so we want to build the things that allow people, humanity, to work and operate in space, to foster business in space and economies in space. And so that really is what Blue is founded to do. We have a vision where millions of people can live and work in space. That obviously probably is not going to happen in our generation or maybe even the next, but it will happen at some point. And so we are building the infrastructure to support that. So the first, job one, is to radically reduce the cost of access to space. That enables everything else. And whenever we talk about priorities at Blue Origin, that always rises to the top. So how do we make sure that we are launching a lot, and we are able to reduce the cost across the board of access to space? And so our primary mechanism for that is our New Glenn heavy launch vehicle. And you see some specifications around that rocket on this chart. but I want to really talk, kind of give you an update of where we are on New Glenn. We did have, of course, our first launch of this rocket early this year, and it was a very successful launch. It made it to orbit. It inserted our Blue Ring, actually Pathfinder payload, within a fraction of a percent of its orbital parameters. So highly successful orbital insertion performance. The only thing we didn't quite do, we didn't quite stick the landing on the first stage, and we knew that was going to be a risk on the very first launch of a heavy rocket, right? Heavy launch rocket. So so we knew that that was a possibility. We've been working on that, and we are really, really close to launching number 2, New Glenn. So we are going to, with this rocket, we are going to go to Mars. So we are taking the Escapade payload, which is 2 satellites that are going to be going to Martian orbit. So that rocket now we've tested our second stage. We're getting ready to hot fire our first stage here probably within a few weeks. And then the launch will occur probably within a few weeks after that. So we are well on the way to launching our second New Glenn rocket, and we have much more confidence that we're going to stick the landing this time, and we're going to be able to land that first stage on our barge out at sea and reuse it. So that's going to be super exciting, and then we actually are planning even a third launch of New Glenn potentially before the end of this year. That launch will cover one of our Blue Moon landers. So when we talk about the road to space, we're talking about roads to orbit, right? LEO, GEO, GTO, MEO, right? All the orbits. But we're also talking about the road to the moon. And so, as many of you know, we do have a contract with NASA under HLS with the Artemis program, and we are building a series, not a singular lander, but multiple types and sizes and scales of landers to go to the moon. So this is a picture of our Mark 1 lander. The first of which is almost fully integrated, is going to Johnson for some additional testing, and then we'll be in line to be on the next New Glenn launch, which we hopefully will have before the end of this year. So Mark 1 will take that. This is Blue Origin's internally funded lander. So this is a lander we chose to develop to pathfind the technologies that we were going to need for the Artemis program. So Mark 1 can take about 3 metric tons to the surface of the moon. We have the second unit is already in production, and we just announced, I guess a week or so ago, that we were going to be flying the Viper rover, and I cannot tell you how excited we are to be flying Viper to the moon. That program has had its challenges, and we were able to find a way with NASA to be able to launch and land that rover. So Viper is intended to launch in late 2027. So that will be the next Mark 1 lander. And then, of course, we are also developing our Mark 2 landers to support the Artemis missions for NASA. So we have both a cargo version of the Mark 2 and we have a crew version of the Mark 2 lander. So there is a whole series, a family of landers that allow entities to access the surface of the moon with varying capabilities. And Mark II in particular has a tremendous cargo capability with many, many tons of, up to 20 metric tons in a reusable configuration and 30 metric tons to the surface of the moon in an expendable configuration. So it is a pretty spectacular capability, and you start to see how we can take advantage and actually build things on the moon, leave things on the moon that constitute infrastructure that allow other missions and economies to start to grow. So the second thing we want to do, I talked about reducing the cost of access to space. The second thing we want to do is we want to inspire and mobilize future generations. I talked about how, this idea of millions and vision, right, of millions of people living and working in space is not going to happen, potentially for some time. So how do you mobilize next generations? And so we have a thing called Club for the Future, which is Blue's mechanism to engage and do various projects and special things with communities of young people all over the country and in some cases all over the world to engage them and really inspire them to continue this mission even beyond, when we all are happily retired. So that is part of what we do at Blue Origin as well. And then the final thing is space resources. So it's very clear that in order to enable these kinds of economies, in order to sustain human exploration, we can't just keep launching off the surface of the planet with stuff, whether it's oxygen or water or food or fuel or whatever it might be, right? We have to generate those things. We have to extract those things from things that are in space. So we have a whole community within Blue Origin, our Space Resources Center of Excellence that we have created and invested in over many years, headquartered in LA, North Hollywood, glamour spot of the country. And so it is a very special place. We have about 60-ish folks that are working in that area. Huge growth, and we've got a whole series of test beds where we're actually demonstrating the technology of being able to extract resources. So the idea of alchemy, and I'll talk about Blue Alchemist here in a second, is to take something that seems to have no value, like the dust and the rocks and the stuff that's on the surface of the moon, or maybe an asteroid or something like that, and actually extract and make amazing things, extraordinary resources out of those things. All right, so Blue Alchemist. So, gosh, 2.5 years ago, Vlada, we were awarded a NASA tipping point contract called Blue Alchemist. And NASA invested about $35 million into that contract. And we at Blue have invested, I will just say, more than that into this capability to be able to utilize resources. Specifically in this case, we're focused on lunar regolith. But ultimately, again, this technology is extensible. So it is an end-to-end, scalable commercial solution that produces solar cells specifically from lunar regolith, right? It's from the elements that are found in lunar regolith. Happily, that process also produces oxygen, which obviously is very valuable for a variety of reasons. So we are able to make autonomously, and the idea, this is a conceptual of kind of what might a thing look like that sits on the surface of the moon and ingests lunar regolith and spits out solar panels. So that's the kind of thing that we are working on. We use a process called molten regolith electrolysis, MRE. It uses no chemicals, no carbon, no water. So it is a very, very green process. And that's important because that's interesting for a variety of reasons and for a variety of other customers. Obviously, this is an enabler, right, for the future of human sustainability on the moon, but also in other places. The modular aspects of this particular process, we've been able to kind of set up different cells or stations of how this process works, and we can extract aluminum, we can extract silicon, iron, oxygen in this process. So we can actually tailor how we want to apply this process based on the resource that is desired from lunar regolith. So it's a very, very exciting technology, and we're very excited to have proven it. We have some very specific technical goals that we've been able to achieve over the course of that process, and it is scalable. So we envision being able to launch this kind of a capability, instantiate it on the moon, and be able to generate solar power extensively on the surface. So it is a scalable process. We just passed a very successful critical design review. We put out some press, I think, on that probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago now. NASA was there. We had our own internal review committee. And so the CDR for that was very, very good. But I will tell you that it was a very hardware-rich CDR. And so we have been able to fully demonstrate this process. The next milestone on this particular contract is to demonstrate the process in a relevant lunar environment. So vacuum, temperature, all of those things. So that will be happening next year, where we'll demonstrate the process in a relevant lunar environment. So very exciting. And we are looking, of course, at what the follow-on is to Blue Alchemist, working with NASA, working with other customers who have an interest in this technology. And so the next step, when you think about, okay, now we're demonstrating the how. We're demonstrating the how of how we would extract resources from space. Now we need to figure out where exactly, right? We talk a lot about the South Pole, and we talk a lot about different areas where we think, we're pretty sure, we have some data that there are resources in those kinds of regions. But just yesterday, we released a public statement and very excited to announce OASIS-1. OASIS is a lunar prospecting mission. And it is the first in likely a series of missions where we intend to improve our knowledge, improve our resource maps of what exists on the surface of the moon. Obviously, there has been work done here, and we do have some information about what exists on the surface of the moon and where it might be. But the idea behind OASIS, it is 2 small satellites that are going to fly roughly a 90-day mission. They're going to be deployed from one of our Mark 1 landers that I showed you on a previous chart. They're going to be deployed from that lander as it descends towards the surface of the moon. And those are going to be our mappers. They're going to fly a series of instruments. We will have neutron spectroscopy. We will have gamma spectroscopy. We will have some magnetometers. So we are going to be able to find water, so ice, rare earth minerals. We are going to be able to find helium-3, which has been somewhat in the news lately as something that has a high value to supercomputing, medical applications, all sorts of things that are super valuable here on Earth. And so we're actually working with a company called Interloon. Interloon has a business plan and an intention to extract helium-3 from the surface of the moon and be able to return it to Earth. So we are working with a number of entities who are very, very interested in having better maps of where resources exist on the moon. The moon has been collecting stuff for billions of years, right? Asteroids have been hitting it, stuff has been hitting it, it's been collecting, for billions of years. And we know kind of sort of where stuff is, but when you talk about the cost and the complexity of landing things on the moon and then having a certain radius of operations, right, that might be measured in kilometers, maybe if you're lucky, you need to know more precisely where these reserves of these resources actually are. So by launching this particular program, we are going to be able to say and to be able to tell and to be able to produce maps of exactly where these resources actually exist at a much higher fidelity than has ever been available before. And we intend to make this data available so that businesses, governments are able to then say, I'm interested in X. I think I know where I want to go land, and have a much higher probability of success of being able to target those landing sites and being successful in extracting and being able to access those various kinds of resources. So this is a very, very exciting program. We are super, super excited about our partnership with Luxembourg on this program. This is an example of a global initiative, multiple partners. Luxembourg, of course, has a long history of excellence in space resources. And so in doing that kind of research and development, not only from a technical standpoint, but from a business standpoint. How do you create economies out of what we can find on the surface of the moon or elsewhere in our solar system? So we're very excited to be partnered with Luxembourg Space Agency. We are going to be working with GomSpace to put together these 2 small sats, the buses, and then ESRIC, European Space Resources Innovation Center. Got it. I'm really proud of myself. So that entity is going to be helping us with data analysis. And so we are super excited also to be working with ESRIC. So that is sort of the team, the partnership that is behind OASIS. And I really encourage you all, if you're not already, to follow Blue Origin on social media. We're going to be announcing things about New Glenn. We're going to be announcing things about our Mark 1 and our Mark 2 lander progress, as well as progress on both Blue Alchemist and OASIS. And again, we kind of think of this as the first of several missions. In this case, what's kind of cool about this is we're going to play with altitude. You say, how are we going to get these kinds of resolutions, right? Orders of magnitude better. We're going to play with altitude. So this vehicle may fly as low as just a couple of kilometers above the surface of the moon in areas where we really, really want to find, get some really great resolution in different areas. So this is going to be a pretty cool ability to kind of auger in and really see some specific areas as we fly this particular mission. So these vehicles will have a lot of capability. So very, very excited about that. We are open to future partnerships always with this kind of technology. If you or an entity that you're associated with has an interest in this mission as well as future missions and how that they might be expanded, either from an instrument standpoint or an economic standpoint, we would love to talk to you. I have a number of members of our team here in the audience, and so they would be super excited to talk to you after this. So let me then talk about what's next. So I've talked about how this technology is very green, right? So very low carbon, no water, low to no carbon, no water, no chemicals, right? So from an environmental standpoint, it is an extremely interesting technology. And frankly, the composition of lunar regolith and the rocks that are on the surface of the moon is maybe not that much different from some of the stuff that exists on the surface of the Earth. And so you can take this technology and maybe you are able to say, hey, let's take the sand that exists on the surface and transform that into solar. Obviously, we extract silicon from sand. We've done a lot of those kinds of things for many, many years. But to be able to do that in a very green, clean way is the innovative part of that, and to be able to do it in an autonomous way as well. So we are looking at terrestrial applications of this technology. It also has applicability to extract rare earth minerals, rare earth elements from sort of unconventional feedstock, right? So we think this process has the ability to potentially enhance the return, right, out of certain kinds of feedstock. We're able to pull more, have less waste in our mining processes here on Earth. And also, of course, there's been a lot about rare earth elements and minerals, critical minerals in the news. And this technology, I think, has the ability to help us be more efficient, more effective in extracting those minerals on the surface of the Earth. So we are developmental in this area. And again, if you have an interest, we are very much interested in expanding this technology and working with different partners who may want to work with us on this and potentially look at terrestrial applications. So with that is the bulk of my presentation. I went through things fairly quickly. I did want to leave a little bit of time for questions, and so I have a handy dandy question thing here. So I may call on my friends here in the audience. I may phone a friend if I need to. But let me go ahead and talk to some of these questions. What are the terrestrial application of helium-3? So the ones that I am aware of have to do specifically with quantum computing. It is an element that is utilized to enhance our ability to do quantum computing, which obviously has applications across a variety of industries. I believe it also has medical applications. I don't know, Vlada, do you have any other? You said it pretty well. Yeah. Those are the two that I am predominantly aware of. Rob Meyerson, who is, I'll put in a little plug for Interloon. Rob Meyerson and Gary Lai, if you go to their website, they will chat your ear off about the applications of helium-3 here on the planet. But I believe it is so rare on Earth, and it is so valuable that they are anticipating tens of millions. It has a value of like tens of millions per kilo here on Earth. So that is the business case. It's an example of a business case of taking something that's extremely rare on Earth, but very interesting, finding it on the moon where it's much more plentiful, and returning it to Earth. And that, in that particular case, has a business case because it is so valuable. But the more we can reduce the cost of getting there, knowing where to go, being able to extract that particular resource and bringing it home, the better the business case, right? And it's an example of businesses that we haven't even, who thought, right? Who'd have thought that there would be helium-3 on the moon and we could bring it back and we could enable all these cool things. So it's a great example of a business. Let's see. can you discuss the timelines for OASIS and when this might launch, as well as for the first lunar demonstrations of blue alchemy? That's a great question. So I talked about our Mark 1 landers and how we intend for that to almost be like a production line, right? So our Mark 1s can take about 3 metric tons to the surface of the moon, more or less. I think we're going to get a little better as we go and we learn. First mission, roughly the end of this year. That's really our Pathfinder. Second mission is taking the Viper rover. That is late 2027. And we anticipate more opportunities to use that Mark 1 lander technology in the future. So generally speaking, I would say we're targeting OASIS launch in that time frame, right? Late 2027, 2028. So we hope to have this mission launched in that time frame and have the data available pretty shortly thereafter. So call it 2028 time frame for this mapping data to be available. And then in terms of demonstration of blue alchemists on the surface of the moon, that is something we are working really hard with NASA to try to, as well as other potential customers, to be able to put together a true flight article and be able to demonstrate it on the surface of the moon. So stand by on that. More to come. We really, really, really want to do that. We want to do it as quickly as we can. Okay. The production of solar panels require a lot of silica, which is abundant both here on Earth and on the moon. What is used in the moon reality as the main electrical conductor? I'm going to let you take that one, Vlada.
That's just aluminum.
Aluminum. Okay. So, and that is something that we have successfully extracted from the components of lunar regoliths. So that one is already there. Is there strong evidence fabricating in situ is more economical than prefab and ship? So this is really the equation that I was talking about, right? So if we produce in situ, the thing that we have to launch is the manufacturing capability, right? Whether it's a thing like Blue Alchemist that creates solar, or it's a thing relevant, related to Blue Alchemist that creates oxygen. And once you have that up and running and powered, right, that thing can produce, we're designing for lifetimes of on the order of 10 to 15 years. And so that means you don't have to keep launching these expensive resources, into space. So the equation works out pretty quickly. If you're spending, some tens or hundreds of millions of dollars at the most, frankly, on this kind of manufacturing capability, maybe less, the better we get, the smarter we get, it becomes much more economical to be able to have it on the moon and producing for multiple years, maybe even multiple decades, than it is to just continue to keep launching things. So the math works out pretty quickly. Does the mining process generate solid waste that would need to be managed? There is leftover, right, after this process is completed. And we actually are looking at using that remaining material for building purposes, right? Whether you want to build structures, whether you want to use it for roads or landing pads or things of that nature, there actually is plenty of goodness to be had from what is left over after this process is completed. So we would be looking to use the remaining products out of this process for other purposes on the surface of the moon. So let's see. When are you hoping to ideally and realistically first reuse a recovered New Glenn first stage? Then the next launch, so the third launch, right? So we fully intend to recover the New Glenn first stage on this next launch. Fully intend to do it. I don't know if you may have known this before, but the name of our first New Glenn first stage was, So You're Telling Me There's a Chance? And the name of our second New Glenn first stage is Never Tell Me the Odds. So if you're a movie fan, you know where those come from. But we really fully intend to recover and land on our landing barge the next New Glenn launched first stage. And we will use that first stage on the next New Glenn launch. That is the intent. And so we have we're pretty confident this time. We knew it was going to be a long shot on the first launch. We feel pretty good about it now on this next launch. Let's see. You claimed the molten regolith electrolysis could extract silicon metal and rare earth metals from regolith. Have you published any of your results on this? From my understanding, it is only capable to produce iron. And the short answer is no. We have published results. Sorry, the short answer is yes. We have published results. We have published results that show that we can extract all the things that I listed off around aluminum, silicon, oxygen. We have proof, and we have published on that. If you are interested in more details, I encourage you, Vlada, raise your hand. I encourage you to come talk to Vlada and the rest of our team. We'd be happy to fill you in. And we have specific technical goals that we've focused on, like the purity of the oxygen that we are extracting, the purity of the silicon that we are extracting, because that goes directly to the efficiency of the cells that you can create out of this process. Obviously, the higher the efficiency of the cell, the less of them you have to produce over time, and the more power you can create out of this process. So we have some very specific goals around the purity and the quality of the things that we are extracting as part of this process that the team's been able to achieve. Okay, I think I am out of time. So thank you all very much. I really appreciate it.
Good. Dear distinguished participants, thank you very much for joining us for this Global Networking Forum. Welcome to this Global Networking Forum, Chang'e Lunar Sample Scientific Research. This is the IAF World Space Prize 2025, which was awarded to the Chinese Chang'e 6 mission team for their achievements in returning samples from the far side of the moon. This award is one of the most prestigious of the International Astronautical Federation and recognizes the exceptional impact of a contribution in space science, technology, medicine, law, and management. And many of you have actually witnessed when the award was presented during the opening ceremony here in Sydney. Today, World Space Award lecture will be given by Mr. Guan. He is the director of the Lunar Exploration and Space Engineering Center from CNSA, the China National Space Administration. Please come upstairs. And I just want to say, as you have seen, there are very precious samples which you probably will never see or have not seen before. After the lecture, you can come close and have a look. Yeah? Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Mrs. Pascal. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good noon. My presentation today has 4 pillars. Review of the Chang'e 5 and Chang'e 6 missions, research on lunar samples, international applications for Chang'e lunar samples, and international exhibitions of Chang'e lunar samples. Next. This is Chang'e 5 mission. From launch to sample return, it took 24 days. And this is Chang'e 6 mission. From launch to sample returns, it took 53 days, achieving the world's first sample collection and return from the far side of the moon. After lunar samples were returned, we successively completed operations such as sample unpacking, screening, and sub-packaging. 3 days of the lunar scientific research samples were prepared for scientific research use. At present, lunar scientific research mainly focuses on the following important scientific issues: the verification of the hypothesis on the origin of the moon's dichotomy, further research on the history of lunar volcanic activity, the evolution history of the magnetic field, and the history of lunar impact. Research on Chang'e lunar samples have provided new discoveries and insights for these issues. Previous studies have shown that there are huge differences between the near and far side of the moon in terms of volcanic activity, crustal thickness, rock types, and the enrichment degree of creep materials. Based on this, a hypothesis on the origin of the moon's dichotomy was proposed. Research on the far side sample of Chang'e 6 has provided new supporting evidence for this hypothesis. Through the analysis of isotopes and the calculation of oxygen fugacity of the far side sample of Chang'e 6, by comparing with the Chang'e 5 samples collected from the near side of the moon, we found that the mantle south region of the basalt in the far side sample of the moon has the characteristic of low water content, no enrichment of creep materials, and low oxygen fugacity, which provides new evidence for the genetic mechanism of the dichotomy. It is generally believed that lunar volcanic activity began 4.4 billion years ago, was active between approximately 3.9 and 3 billion years ago, filled a large number of lunar basins, and roughly formed the current lunar mare pattern. Volcanic activity began to decline between approximately 3 billion and 1 billion years ago, and there has been basically no volcanic eruption since about 1 billion years ago. So the moon is considered geologically dead. Through lead isotope dating of Chang'e 6 samples, 2 phases of basalt were found, which are 2.8 billion years old and 4.2 billion years old, respectively. This is the first time that volcanic activity has been found to exist in these periods, revealing the history of volcanic activity on the far side of the moon. The basalt of the Chang'e 5 sample is 2 billion years old, which is the youngest basalt on the moon. At the same time, we found 3 pieces of volcanic glass with an age of 120 million years in the Chang'e 5 samples. This means that during the late Cretaceous period on Earth, there was still a certain degree of volcanic activity on the moon. This discovery is of great significance, as it reshapes the primary framework of lunar evolution, reveals the lasting vitality of the moon, and provides new clues for lunar volcanic activity and thermal driving mechanism. Previous studies believe that the evolution of the lunar magnetic field mainly went through the following processes. The magnetic field was active from 4.2 to 3.5 billion years ago, reaching a peak between 3.8 and 3.5 billion years ago. The magnetic field intensity decreased by an order of magnitude for the first time about 3.1 billion years ago, and maintained a low magnetic field of several microtesla. The second decrease occurred about 1.5 and 1 billion years ago. Finally, it completely disappeared at some time after 1 billion years ago. Research on Chang'e 5 samples found that there was a weak magnetic field on the moon at 2 billion years ago, which is consistent with previous conclusions. However, the paleo-magnetic information of the far side obtained by Chang'e 6 shows that the lunar magnetic field rebounded and strengthened at 2.8 billion years ago. This greatly changes the evolution history of the lunar magnetic field, indicating that there are still great uncertainties in the current lunar magma ocean model and lunar core dynamic model. At the same time, it provides a new key anchor point for the research on the lunar magnetic field, indicating that the moon has more complex internal dynamic processes. The landing area of the Chang'e 6 is located the northeast of the South Pole Atacama Basin. The SPA Basin is the largest known impact crater in the solar system, and also the deepest and oldest impact basin. The SPA Basin is of great research significance. the formation time of the SPA basin can provide a key anchor point for improving the impact history of the solar system. The large impact excavated deep mantle materials revealing the internal magmatic activity of the Moon. At the same time, the large impact event may be closely related to the lunar dichotomy and the loss of lunar volatile materials. A new rock type, SPA norite, was found in the Chang'e 6 samples. This rock type has not been found in the lunar rockers collected by humans before. Based on the analysis of SPANS, the formation time of the SPA basin was determined to be 4.25 billion years ago for the first time. The Apollo basin is located in the northeast of the SPA basin with a diameter of about 540 kilometers. Through the analysis of Chang'e 6 samples, it was determined that the Apollo basin was found about 4.16 billion years ago. This study is of great significance for analyzing the impact history of the inner solar system. The sulfur isotopes in the Chang'e 6 sample are basically consistent with those of the samples from the near side of the Moon, and the sulfur isotopes inside the Moon are homogeneous. At the same time, they are about 0.002% heavier than the Earth's mantle. This phenomenon may be caused by the global evaporation of volatile materials due to the giant impact event during the formation of the Moon, which supports the giant impact hypothesis for lunar origin. The olivine found in Chang'e 6 has an extremely high FO value and nickel content, and its chemical composition is very similar to the first batch of olivine crystallized from the magma ocean. It is believed that the impact event that formed the SPA basin enabled the magnesium-rich magma to erupt in this area, and the mantle-derived olivine was carried and ejected to the lunar surface. The first discovery of the mantle olivine this time will provide new evidence and a theoretical basis for determining the composition of the lunar mantle and understanding the formation and the early differentiation processes of the Moon. Space weathering includes impacts of meteorites and macrometeorites, as well as irradiation by solar wind and cosmic rays, which cause significant changes in the chemical composition and the structural characteristics of the lunar solid surface. For example, impact caused the lunar rock to break and melt, forming finer-grained particles and sediments. By comparing the Chang'e 6 samples and the Chang'e 5 samples, we found that also the exposure time of the far-side sample of the Moon is shorter. The intensity of space weathering they suffered is higher. The difference in the intensity of space weathering between the near and far side of the Moon also provided theoretical support for the hypothesis on the origin of the lunar dichotomy. Lunar water usually exists in the lunar soil in the form of mercurous water or hydroxyl or water ice, with an abundance of approximately 10 to 1,000 ppm. The main source of lunar water are asteroid, comet impacts, and volcanic outgassing or hydrogen ion injection by solar wind irradiation. The research results of Chang'e 5 confirmed for the first time that impact glass is an important water reservoir in the lunar soil. The research results of Chang'e 6 showed that basaltic glass is more water-rich than plagioclase glass. It was found that brown mineralite in the Chang'e 6 sample is widely present at the phase interface between mantle particles and impact glasses. It is inferred that the formation regions of brown mineralite are roughly divided into two types. It may be produced by large impacts caused by sulfur-rich impactors, or it may be produced by excavation and thermal events on the scale of impacts reaching the sulfur-rich mantle core boundary of the Moon. Regardless of the formation mechanism, this indicates the diversity of the source of the Chang'e 6 lunar soil and the complexity of the thermal environment. The analysis of polycyclic aromatic organic matter in the Chang'e 5 lunar soil shows that it is a complex organic matter with the highest known content in the lunar soil. This study provides a new perspective for the research on lunar organic matter and helps to understand the accumulation processes of lunar organic carbon. The existence of neutral fuel-layer graphene in lunar samples was confirmed for the first time, and its structural and compositional characteristics were clarified, which suppose the hypothesis that a carbon cycle may exist on the Moon. It brings new direction for lunar research and graphene research, and provides new ideas for the low-cost and large-scale preparation of high-quality graphene. By heating, melting, cooling, and drawing the Chang'e 5 sample into fibers, the lunar soil fibers were successfully completed. These fibers have excellent mechanical properties and broad application scenario in protecting against the extreme environment on the lunar surface, providing a guarantee for innovative material technology with high reliability, lightweight, and environmental adaptability for future lunar exploration. So the above are all the results produced by scientists through the research on Chang'e lunar samples. I just summarized some of the contents and would like to take this opportunity to introduce them to you as representatives. The China National Space Administration announced that the opening of the international loan application for Chang'e 5 lunar sample at the 74th International Astronautical Congress. We received applications from 24 scientific research institutions in 11 countries. After review, the sample application from 7 scientific research institutions in 6 countries were approved, including the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Japan, Pakistan, and the United States. On this year's China Space Day, representatives of scientific research institutions from 5 countries, including the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Japan, and Pakistan, signed the lunar sample loan agreements with the Lunar Exploration and Space Engineering Center, and then received the lunar sample. At present, Stony Brook University in New York State, the United States, has signed the sample loan agreements and will come to China to receive the lunar soil in the future. Brown University in the United States has not yet signed the sample loan agreement with us. We will soon open the second round of the international loan applications for Chang'e 5 lunar sample. Scientists who are interested in this are welcome to log in to the link on the website of the CNSA provided on the screen, or directly log in to the application web page. Fill in the application form and submit the application materials in accordance with the application guidelines and operation manual provided on the web page. It is hoped that scientists around the world will use the lunar sample from China Chang'e project to discover more materials. In the past 2 years, the Chang'e 5 and Chang'e 6 lunar samples have been exhibited internationally many times. At the CNSA booth of this International Astronautical Congress, the Chang'e 5 and Chang'e 6 lunar sample, this special is lunar rocket, are also on display. You are welcome to visit and communicate at booth of the CNSA. So thank you all. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gon, and congratulations again for your prize and the announcement that samples, you can apply for new samples. We have a lunch break now, and we have to clear the room, but I ask you kindly, if you are interested to speak to the team briefly or want to see the samples, please come forward and see these exceptional samples from Chang'e 5 and 6. Yeah? Thank you very much.
space sustainability.
Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. Check, check. Check, check. 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 Does it work? It works? Okay.
Welcome everyone for the next session called Rock and Roll, Striking a Chord Between Terrestrial Mining Innovation and Space Resource Utilization Opportunities. Please help me in welcoming Jun Shimada, lead for ISRO Research, Space Exploration Center of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, JAXA.
Good afternoon. Did that work? Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the GNF event. I'm Jun Shimada from JAXA. In this session, we're going to talk about space resource utilization. It's about creating fundamental products such as oxygen, water, propellant, and construction materials from local leases on space destinations. To make that happen, technologies on the ground could be applied in many ways, which is the reason we created this session to discuss the intersection between terrestrial mining and space resource utilization. And this event is sponsored by CSIRO, ESLIC, and JAXA. I'd like to say thank you to their sponsorship. With that sort of brief background, I'd like to introduce the speakers. Well, from left to right, Marianne Cummings at Strategic Development at OST Mine, and Professor Angel Abud Madrid from Colorado School of Mines, and Andrew Dempster from Australian Center for Space Engineering Research at UNSW, and Mark Sonter from Off-Earth Mining, Chairman of Off-Earth Resources, and Catherine Hadler, Director of ESLIC, European Space Resource Innovation Center, and Jonathan Lalston, Senior Principal Research Scientist from CSIRO Mineral Resources, right? And myself, I'm a technical lead for ISL research at the JAXA, JAXA Space Exploration Center. It's so fantastic. It's so fantastic to have you all here in the panel. Thanks for making this happen. All right, let me start. Yay. Well, let me start with you, Jonathan. For those who are not familiar with space resources, what exactly the ISLU is?
This one on. Thank you, Jun, and hello, everybody. ISLU, you're talking about a topic that we all love here, so I'm very happy to talk about that. Before I get into space resources, it's probably very helpful just first to think about our conventional terrestrial resources, where we all understand Australia has abundant and rich resources, and it's our capacity to utilise and access those in safe and efficient ways that's really important. We need them for life, we need them for a prosperous society. So that's the terrestrial side, but what about the planetary side? Well, up here on the screen, hopefully, is a picture of the moon. This is some USGS data. And on the left-hand side there, you can see our conventional picture of the moon. But the right-hand side has a false colour map of all different types of rich geological features. And so when we think about resources, there are resources on Moon, Mars, asteroids, and other planets as well. And again, it's our capacity to understand what those resources are and access them in useful ways to support missions and other activities. If I could have next slide, please. So when it comes to in situ resource utilisation, in situ really just means where you find it. That's where you can utilise it in the operating environment. It's really about how do we characterise those resources, how do we then intelligently process them and provide the kind of products and services that we need to support mission activity. And so that's a picture of the future on Mars, perhaps, about in situ resource utilisation equipment. After identifying the resource, we're then able to utilise it, store it, and use it in interesting ways. Next slide, please. For those who like a little bit more detail, this is probably a little bit more of a realistic picture of what an in situ resource utilisation system looks like. It is actually, in its core, a regenerative system, so it is a closed-loop concept. On the top left there, you'll see the very number one, which is resource characterisation. So a key part to all downstream resources for in situ resource utilisation is first understanding what resources we have there. Then we need to access it, extract it, transport it, beneficiate it, and after that point, it can go in lots of different directions. You can be using it for construction, you can be using it for chemical reactions to extract elemental volatiles, for production of propellants, life support, and other materials as well. And down the bottom right there, that's where we want to go, that this technology gets sufficiently mature that we can then begin to produce things on the surface to then be reused for other applications. The exciting thing about this panel here today is there are lots of lots of blank boxes there. It's a mixed technology environment. So there's lots of challenges, but also lots of opportunities for us to explore about how we might be developing and building this system, which I also think will be very interesting. We're talking about terrestrial to space, but it's also space back to terrestrial. So thanks, June. That's my 3-minute introduction to in-situ resource utilisation. Over to you to rock and roll.
Thanks for your nice introduction, Jonathan. We need great band members to rock and roll.
Looking for band members, come see us afterwards.
Well, let me start. Let's move on to the short presentation by the speakers. Multidisciplinary collaboration is the key towards sustainable learner activity on space frontiers. And AustMine is the leading industry association for the Australian mining equipment, technology, and services sector. And Malian, please tell us the mission of your institution.
Thanks, John, and hi everyone. It's great to be here. As John said, AustMine is the peak body for the Australian mining equipment, technology and services sector. We call it METS. You may not have heard of the word METS, but basically what METS companies do is they develop and commercialise technologies and high-value services that are used to solve all the issues in mining. So different to the actual miners themselves. AustMine members range from startups to multinationals to corporates to research institutions and universities. We have over 800 corporate members, and that makes us actually the largest mining innovation hub in the world. And what our members have in common is innovation. Innovation's their lifeblood, and also obviously their deep domain knowledge of terrestrial mining. As we know, there's a lot of, and we've heard already, a lot of overlaps between technologies in space, a lot of the same challenges, difficult environments, but also opportunities. And we were recently asked by the Australian Space Agency to complete a report on the overlap of the technologies between mining, space and METS. And some of the things that we found were really interesting. We found that a lot of, and I think John already mentioned this, a lot of technologies initially invented for space missions are actually being used in mining to make it safer, make it more productive, make it more sustainable. Not everyone realises that in mining itself, but that is actually the case. And conversely, there's actually a lot of technologies developed on Earth for mining that have real application in space. So what we've also seen is technologies maybe initially coming from space, being used in mining, then being developed further, then being fed back into space. We call that spin in, spin out, or spin back. And that's a really good thing because that creates a circularity of knowledge that's really important for us to move forward as really, whether it's two sectors or whether it ends up being one. We also found a lot of cross-collaboration opportunities where, you know, each sector could have a particular challenge that can be solved by the technologies of the other sector, or particularly in partnership sort of scenarios. So you can see them there, particularly exploration mapping technologies. These go both ways, by the way, so we're talking about collaboration rather than one having only going one way. Autonomous and remote operations, most mines, or a lot of mines, are remote. Data analysis, simulation, resource extraction, processing, robotics and AI. Energy solutions, advanced materials and manufacturing, environmental monitoring, sustainability, infrastructure and development. Also, we have learned a bit in mining that should be transferable in terms of those environmental factors as well to space. When we did the report, as well as opportunities, we found a lot of challenges. Because you're asking, you know, if there's all these great opportunities, why aren't we seeing more of it? Well, these are some of the challenges that we noted in our report. One of them is a lack of common knowledge. We found lots of instances where mining and space would be essentially talking about the same thing, but with completely different languages and also different perspectives, how they look at the technology, which leads to miscommunication and a lack of understanding. Lack of awareness of potential applications, that goes both ways. Stakeholder coordination, there's many associations that are looking at this overlap, but there's not really a coordinated approach. So one of our recommendations in the report was to establish a METS and space cluster, which we have done in association with AROSE, which is the Australian Remote Operations for Space and Earth Association. So we have 120 members and we've had 3 meetings so far. Sorry, my timing keeps changing in front of me. Other things in terms of recommendations, as well as the stakeholder coordination, we looked at skills and how we can, we obviously need more STEM skills, and we looked at education and recommended interdisciplinary courses with space science and mining engineering, so that we can develop a cohort of people who can operate in either industry. And some of my colleagues will talk to that point.
Well, thanks, Marianne. Great insights from industrial perspective. Next speaker is Angel. Let's dive into the first question for you. Given the last comments, Marianne's last comments regarding STEM education, how do you see the role of research and academic institutions to bring together terrestrial mining and space resource utilization?
Thank you, June, and thank you, Marianne, for pointing on your last slide 4 different challenges, which are exactly the areas in which universities excel. To provide the common language that is required on this field, to provide the awareness of the opportunities and challenges, and to generate the workforce that will be needed on this field of space resources. So let me point out some of the areas in which universities can provide expertise. First of all is the basic research, the basic knowledge that is required for all the areas that June and Marianne pointed to. We need information on how to identify, how to collect, how to extract resources, how to utilize them, and all the infrastructure that will be needed, power, communications, transport. Very simple examples. The geological knowledge that is needed in order to understand why the resources are where they are in different destinations. What are the mechanical, the chemical, the geotechnical properties of the lunar regolith, which is the main source of these resources. So these are the things in which the university can provide information and start crossing that bridge between terrestrial and space mining. Then we move to technology. This is another area in which universities are really good at, to provide those prototypes, those very early technology demonstrations, testing on analog sites that can be utilized, and even participate on missions to the moon in the early phases, collaborating with organizations such as CSIRO and such as ESRIC, and find a way to explain those things. Right there you can see, for example, a facility that is used for this is a lunar test bed at the Colorado School of Mines, in which companies can and space agencies can come in and test their equipment. There's also vacuum chambers. And these type of facilities are all around the world now. You can find them, I mean, if I just look around here in the panel, in the room, we have facilities at ESRIC, for example, collaborating with University of Luxembourg. We have the University of New South Wales that has these type of facilities, plus mining facilities that can actually work together on this. My colleague in the room, Dan Britt, has at University of Central Florida, a place where you can find the simulants that you need for those type of things, some of the best ones, and also the facilities where you can have competitions with students. And just 2 days ago, the University of Tokyo announced the formation of its Center for Space Resources and Innovation. So you can see that it's not just the excitement about this, but there's all sorts of places where you can conduct these early prototype demonstrations. And then we go to the core of universities, the education. how to provide that information and that transfer of knowledge for young students, for mid-career professionals, and for also people that want to change fields on these aerospace resources. At the Colorado School of Mines 8 years ago, we took a decision to say it's time for space resources to become its own academic discipline, not just a side thing for others, but to really take a look at its multidisciplinary aspects. So how to educate scientists and engineers, how to educate entrepreneurs and policy analysts and economists on this field that is exactly the reflection that we have on Earth, but that you will have in space. And now you can see opportunities for education in all of the universities that I mentioned at the beginning. And finally, outreach. Universities are the ideal place to bring together, without any fear, space agencies, commercial companies, lawyers, economists, to discuss things related to space resources. And so you have places like the Space Resources Roundtable at School of Mines, you have the Space Resources Week in Luxembourg, the Earth Mining Forum here at University of New South Wales, in which everybody can come in and exchange areas, exchange knowledge and ideas, so that you can address those challenges that Marianne was talking about. How do you communicate or create a common language between the mining industry, terrestrial and space? How do you make them aware of the opportunities, and how you can develop that much needed skilled workforce for the field of space resources?
Thank you, Angel. Well, the next speaker is Andrew, and one of the key elements is project development. And Andrew, what is the main difference from project development perspective? What is the main difference between terrestrial mining and space resource utilization?
Well, there are a number of differences. Can I have, hold on, let me just get... So, the reason why we're able to answer the question that Jun has asked there is that we have always taken the approach of this whole space resources research problem. We've approached it from the mining engineering side. So I'm an electrical engineer, but my colleague Serkan Saydam at UNSW is a mining engineer. And so we look at the mining engineering discipline, how it affects this problem. And that was reinforced to us when we were at Space Resources Week in Luxembourg some years ago. Some guys from Rio Tinto were there, and they were there for the whole week. And at the end of the week, they said, we have learned nothing that we can take back to our board. To come back to communication yet again, the space people, that's probably most of you, are not talking the language that the miners need to hear in order for you to advance a project with them. So in red there, we're saying, well, what we're trying to do is reduce the risk perceived by a potential investor in the space resources venture. Now, that means you've got to reduce all the risks. And there's so much uncertainty here when you compare terrestrial and space mining. The legal framework is not there. The social license is not there. The environmental effects have not been fully affected, and so on. In addition to all the technology and stuff that Marianne was talking about, there are these other issues that we need to address. Now, I'm an old professor. Yes, everyone's very surprised. Now, I don't do much research myself. I watch other people do interesting things, but the one thing that I do myself is to work on this particular problem, the interface between these two industries. Now, you are probably, I'm guessing, mostly space people. Probably quite familiar with the diagram that I put up here from the NASA System Engineering Handbook, where you progress through a project, you go through the PDR, CDR, there are reviews, and each of those reviews leads to a go, no-go decision that is primarily technical. If you're a miner, it's a completely different process. There's this feasibility study process that you go through, and you in the diagram on the left, you're going from the top downwards. You're spending some money to find out some information about whether the project should progress, and you make a decision. Then you spend some more money to make yourself more certain. Then you spend some more money, make yourself more certain. All of those decisions are based on NPV. They're business decisions. So one of my conclusions is that most of us, including myself, are used to designing products. Most engineers design products. Mining engineers design businesses. It's a different way of thinking, And both the space people, but particularly the space people, have to change the way they think if we're going to be serious about how we go about doing this. There we go, designing a product, designing a business. So there are differences between the two disciplines. I believe most of the change has to happen with the way the space people think. Some of the thinking has to change on the mining side. Now, so the miners tend to be quite conservative. Space is a little bit difficult for them to come to grips with. And I think there's a lot more to it than just talking about the technologies that can be transferred between the disciplines. It's about how you have to start further back, how you actually run through the whole life cycle of the two businesses. And I've come in under time. Just saying, just saying.
Thank you, Andrew. Well, given the insights we've got so far, I'd like to dive into the first round of discussion. And I like the first thing I would like to discuss is scalability. I do recognize that there are skeptics who are saying, oh, this is great for research purposes, but it's just unrealistic to develop a large-scale plant on the moon or Mars to produce tons of oxygen or propellant. Considering the transportation mass or periodic maintenance and on-site construction and so on. What's your response to that?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, or anybody.
So scalability. Now, I think that is an issue that the space community would be quite familiar with, right? You try and do the easy things first and gradually build. Again, it's a different approach. I did an interview with the television yesterday, and I was supposed to do it with Serkan. He has a time frame where he talks about. I don't know if you're going to ask this question later, and I'm going off script. But anyway, he says, okay, in this decade we're doing technology demonstration. Next decade, so 30 to 40, we're doing proof of concept. 40 to 50. Small-scale operations, and only by 50 would you have a mature mine. I know there's probably a couple of people in the audience who want to get arguing about that straight away, but there's scalability in terms of what you're trying to do, but one problem with the idea of starting small is that even starting small still costs you a lot of money. They're saying the first trillionaire will be a space miner. You're going to have a few billions even to get into the business in the first place.
Any comments from the panel?
Is this thing on? Yes. Even in terrestrial mining, however, you can have mines that are very small or very large. So the modern or the prevalent conception of mines as necessarily being huge operations with billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar capex is not always the case. And in starting up new mines, the aim is generally to try and start up at the smallest possible capex and then grow organically. So scalability, I think, isn't as big a problem as people think it is.
Can I just jump in? It's not a big problem as such, but it is one of the problems, it is one of the challenges that we have in not speaking the same language. So to go back to Marianne's point about speaking the same language, as someone who was as a mineral processor, so not a mining engineer, but mineral processing, often on a plant we're dealing with 6,000 tons an hour through a processing plant. And then when we talk about space resources and ISRU, we're talking about kilos, grams. I mean, these are tiny amounts. The mining industry laugh you out of the room if you talk about these amounts. So it's one of the areas that actually we need to resolve in finding a common language is the issue around scale.
I see it. I have.
Yeah, and I think to that criticism that we're just starting from basic research, that's exactly where we are in space mining. There are three things that are needed for any extractive industry. You need to know that your resource with enough certainty that it's a proven reserve. You need to know the technology that is needed, and you have to have a customer. And in space resources, we are at our infancy. So we need to start crawling first, try to first find out what resources out there, start developing the technologies, and identify who's interested, who's going to be the customers. So it's going to take a while, but eventually, like in any activity, we'll go from crawling to walking to running.
right?
That point about the customer, though, is an important one, because at the moment there's neither there's neither buyer or seller, and I think there was a contract signed for helium-3 earlier in the year, but in general, there isn't. No one wants to jump in and commit to needing water in space or something until they know there's a supply, and no one wants to supply it until they know that there's going to be a customer. So it's a bit of a hurdle. That's a genuine hurdle that we need to overcome before we can actually start doing this on a scale.
Okay, yeah, thanks for your insights. Well, in terms of technical challenge, it takes time to reach the point where we can get profits from space resource utilization. And I think it's fair to say space resource utilization is not profitable in the short-term period. So my question for Marianne is, what are the challenges to promote private investment in space resources utilization? I mean, what drives terrestrial mining industry to invest their resource into space resource utilization?
Thanks. Thanks, John. And I think some of the other panelists have covered the points, but I'd just like to make the distinction here between mining, as in mining houses, mining companies, and the technology companies, the METS companies. So miners operate a mine over decades, and they go through the stages of mining. They find the resource, they construct the mine, they extract, they process, etc., and then they close and rehabilitate. And throughout that whole process, they have to be commercially viable and answerable to their shareholders. So at the moment, there's not really a commercially viable model, which is what all the panellists have said. So I think until there is, it's very unlikely to see at this point that miners will invest in space, because it has to stack up against other potential investments on Earth. And at the moment, it's hard to see how that could happen. And from the METS, the tech companies, they're often SMEs. They may have limited resources. They definitely have to make a profit. And sometimes, well, not sometimes, what we're seeing is, to them, space is esoteric. It's so far away that they can't see any commercial pathway yet. So again, it's a little bit about lack of knowledge.
Yeah, understood. Any comments from the panel?
Yeah, just in terms of trying to find companies to engage with, we've actually found the METS companies to be a bit more open-minded than the mining companies. The METS companies, like Marianne's saying, they're sort of interested in technology and stuff. And the general principle that I keep failing to argue successfully is that if we set the goal, let's do something really hard, like mine water on the moon, and say to a mining company. If the mining company commits to doing that, you'll be able to recruit a whole lot of clever people to try and do it. And on the way, you will solve a whole lot of problems that you've got that you can apply into your terrestrial business right now. But that's not the way they think. It doesn't fit into their existing sort of investment strategy. Actually, I'll give you an example. I was talking to a guy downstairs yesterday about trying to operate robotics in that really dusty environment on the moon. Now, if you were able to come up with a technology that protected your autonomous systems in space from the dust on the moon, you could take that, use it on Earth, and you'd save yourself a whole lot of water in these, because the way they keep the dust down in mines in the desert, so they put water on it, right? If you save yourself that water, you've solved yourself a problem. So it's just a simple example of how if you apply yourself to the space problem, you can solve a terrestrial problem.
If I may, I have another example of that as well. In mineral processing, what a lot of people don't know about mineral processing in general, it's the separation of minerals after mining. The mining's the easy bit, I like to say. The mineral processing's the really challenging bit. This is my field. Anyway, of course it's the hardest. But actually huge volumes of water are used in mineral processing on Earth. This is what gives us tailings dams that are absolutely enormous. And again, as Andrew said, the example of this is if you are doing any kind of handling, separation of fine dusty minerals on the moon, then you're not going to use water. Therefore, one can see that there's a direct application of that on Earth as well. And this is something that we do, that I've done a lot in the last few years, and that we do at ESRIC. So there are real clear examples of benefits to both sectors from thinking through these problems in a different environment.
I see. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we've been focusing on lunar application of ground technologies, but the moon is not the only destination for resource utilization. Mark, please share your stories.
Well, my name's Mark Sonter. And I'm the asteroid guy. I'm coming at this with the perspective of about 40 plus years working first as an employee and then as a consultant in the mining industry, providing technical advice in all sorts of different circumstances, large mines, small ones, open pit, underground, different commodities. And about 30 years, that was my paying job, and then about 30 years involvement in attempts to identify ways forward in space mining. I was one of the co-founders of Deep Space Industries, and that happened as a result of me writing a thesis on mining, on the technical and economic feasibility of mining the near-Earth asteroids. So that's my background. I won't go there yet. I'd like to make some comments on this mindset mismatch that's been raised several times by Marianne and by Andrew, and say it's not unique, it's not uniquely difficult, it's not insurmountable to see and overcome these language differences between the space engineering people and the resource project engineering people. These arise from the different mindsets of these different sorts of engineering disciplines. And they're exactly the same as the mismatches that you see inside terrestrial mining projects between the geologists and the mining engineers and the metallurgists. And if you live on a mine site and you work in a mining situation, these sorts of mental mismatches occur all the time. And they're overcome by the chief geologist and the chief mining engineer and the chief process engineer on each mine site having respect for one another and realising that there's this continual language barrier that has to be breached. All of them are joined together by the need to try and make this thing profitable, right? And the other thing that comes out of seeing the terrestrial sector is the extent to which all of these different disciplines are intermeshed and decisions made in one area impact on decisions in another area. The geologist has to try and identify the mineralisation and try and identify within that what's the size and shape of the ore body. They can't do that without talking to the mining engineers because they tell them what the cost of mining is going to be. And they can't do it without talking to the mineral processors because they have to say, well, we can only get 60% recovery or maybe we can get 90% recovery. And that brings in the financial people. So you've got this entire value chain even before exploration starts, from identification of your commodity and what you're trying to chase and where, through to identifying the mineralisation, to identifying the prospect, to then working through this stepwise process similar to the one that Andrew talked about. In Andrew's case, he was talking about the mission design review, the preliminary design review, the critical design review process that the spacecraft engineering people go through in engineering their spacecraft and their space mission. And in the mining situation, we have a studies sequence which goes concept development, scoping study, how big's the project going to be, what's it going to look like, pre-feasibility study, final feasibility study, and then finally the board says, yes, we've got something that the business case will close with and we'll proceed, and then you design, construct, commission and operate. So there's this quite complex and long value chain that we see in the terrestrial mining industry that will have to apply also in space mining, in space resources development, with the added bit that you have to include in the spacecraft and the space engineering, the missions engineering, the trajectory and the propulsion for getting your commodity back to market. So I see all of this as being driven by this long, complex, interrelated and feedback loop dominated value chain. Okay? So now onto my own particular pet love, and that is near-Earth asteroids. Now, when I first started studying this seriously, there were about 400 known near-Earth asteroids. There's now about 40,000, and about 20% of them are technically easier to get to than the Moon. Easier to get to than the Moon. There have been deep space missions that our colleagues in Japan have done that have blown away the proof of capability of doing this sort of stuff technically. Marvellous stuff. Good projects that are both highly accessible, good targets, excuse me, that are both highly accessible, highly prospective, and easily diggable, apparently. So, near-Earth asteroids, humanity's gateway to space. Unlimited self-sustaining human activity in space needs access to in-space resources. There are many, highly accessible and highly prospective. Highly competitive compared with the Moon. There are emerging markets for fuel, particularly in space, that look as though they're going to be $5 to $10 billion per year, 5 to 10 years from now. The project design task is market-driven and parallels terrestrial greenfields mine project planning. Space resource projects are just mines, albeit very, very far away. Okay? They're very remote and very high value. And we must apply terrestrial mine project planning disciplines for crucial guidance. Quick plug for my company, Off Earth Resources. We have a unique background in terrestrial resource industries and in the space industries. We've been developing these sorts of concepts for a couple of years. We have a rigorous space mining project concept that gives a really short, really low capex, risk minimised pathway to commercial access. Actionable now. Thank you, everybody. That's it.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Mark. Yeah, let's move on to Catherine's presentation. What is the overarching goal of your institution, ESLIC, European Space Resources Innovation Centre?
Thanks, Jen. Yeah, we're the European Space Resources Innovation Centre based in Luxembourg. Just to follow on from Jonathan's comment about Australia being home of abundant natural resources, this is true. But a little-known factlet on Luxembourg is actually Luxembourg made its money in iron ore. So it's got a rich history in iron ore mining before the financial sector took over. And then now we return back to our home with space resources. So ESRIC is, for those of you who don't know, it is 5 years old. We're about 30 people. We're our initiative of the Luxembourg Space Agency as part of the spaceresources.lu initiative. And we have a simple and bold mission, and that's to be a world-leading centre of excellence in space resources. But what I want to focus on here in the next 2 minutes or so is startups. So Mark mentioned that Off Earth Resources, I'll get it right eventually, is a startup. And Marianne also mentioned about the opportunities for spin-in, spin-along, spin-back, and so on. What we do that makes us unique in ESRIC, in addition to our research and other activities, is we run a business incubator and a business accelerator. And this is in partnership with the European Space Agency. So with our incubator program, it's open to startups in space resources around the world. But one of the challenges we face in supporting these startups is in the issue of these markets being a long way off. So how can we support startups when the opportunities for near-term revenue are not that clear? And so we spend a lot of time discussing that with our program. How can we support them? What are we looking for? And often what we're looking for is terrestrial applications of technology, because this will allow our startups to thrive, to bring in some revenue as they develop their space resources business. And so it's exactly this. We are looking for those opportunities for terrestrial applications or other applications of their business so that they can grow whilst we are working in this very uncertain sector. So just some words on the Startup Support Programme, if you have a startup or know of a startup in the space resources sector. So, like I say, this programme is open around the world. We run it once or twice a year. We will launch our next call towards the end of this year. We set a call and then we select 5 startups and they undergo a 12-week remote pre-incubation. You can see on the screen some of our cohorts so far. The ones in orange are the ones that we've carried on supporting through incubation in subsequent phases. And it's through these kind of initiatives that we can try and really nurture this emerging sector. One final point, and I will come in under time, and that is, if you would like to know more, come to Luxembourg. Here's my advert for Space Resources Week. We hold it every May. Come to Luxembourg, 4th to 7th of May. It's a beautiful time of year. And you will find a really vibrant, dynamic gathering of the space resources community. This year we were around 470 people. The year before about 450. So it's a really broad and dynamic meeting. So that's my advert. Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine. Thank you. Yeah, let's move on to the second round of discussion. Over the past few decades, the landscape of space exploration has been changing from government-driven to government-led to commercially driven. I think lunar exploration is following the same path in 2020s and 2030s, and of course, the role of each player is changing. So, Marianne, what do you expect may help to promote resource development in space from industrial perspective?
I think the short answer is that for a long time the industry is still going to need government support or support from other bodies because it just isn't commercially viable at this point. Yeah, that's the short answer.
Mm-hmm. Right. And Andrew, you have been in this field for a long time. And do you feel any changes in the role of academic institution? And do you feel any challenges in collaboration with government body and industry?
Yeah, I think I'd probably comment a little bit more about the government industry thing rather than the academic side. But a statistic that was published quite recently about New South Wales, the host state of this event, the guys downstairs, they set up a space startup hub, just to come, your point reminded me of this, that they found that the state government spends their money on lots of things. In fact, in Australia, it's a federation, so the states spend more money on things than the government does. And the New South Wales government found that the space startup hub that they're operating probably within a half-hour walk of here gave them the best rate of return of anything they spent their money on. Anything. Health, blah, 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 whatever. Now, make of that statistic what you will, but I'm going to say it to everybody I meet, right? So the space resources startups have that on their side, that they can deliver to their government partners big returns on investment. But I'd come back to the point that I made earlier, is that most of the companies, the really successful ones in Australia that have been space startups, like Fleet, like HEO, right? They started out with some goal, which might be space resources, and then they pivoted, and they really made a profit out of that pivot. Now, the point I'd make with with this particular application is the point I was trying to make earlier, is that you have the space resources thing as your goal, and you make your way there. You make money with the steps along the way. I'll use as an example the company I just mentioned, HEO. They started out wanting to track asteroids and take pictures of asteroids. Along the way, they pivoted to being the first commercial company in the world to take pictures of objects in space from space. Now they're going to go to asteroids. So the way to do it is to find a way to make money along the way, and you can still do it.
All right. Any comments? Yeah.
Andrew, that's exactly what we see a lot with our startups as well. They start with a space resources idea, and then through the pre-incubation phase, certainly we start to see some kind of through coaching and business planning, the need to identify something that can keep them going whilst they work towards the aspirations of space resources industry. So this is exactly what we see also.
Yeah, and the hypothesis I want to test at the moment, right, is I think there's probably about 15 space startups that 10 years ago there weren't many space companies in Australia. I think there were 2. And now there's, whatever, a couple of hundred startups have come along, but about 15 of them have had serious investment. None of them have government as a customer, as prop-up customer. All of them had government help at the beginning. So the role of government in these startups, I think, they help them get on their way, and then Australian startups have to go international early, and all of those successful startups have gone international early.
Yeah, John, and I was just going to say, I work for the government. I'm with Australia's National Science Agency, CSIRO, and so we have a very interesting role to play as well, because we actually exist for the benefit of Australian industry, but we utilise science to do that. And a critical part of that is partnerships. So yes, we do receive government funding, but not completely for the ambitions that we want to do. So to that part, we just say that there are incredible opportunities for partnerships. So although you may not get an explicit government grant for one particular research aspect that we'd like, there are pathways and there are opportunities, and a critical part of that is actually knowing who your stakeholders are and having those relationships, which is why this forum, I think, is just so important, to make sure that message is being communicated and advocated, so that partnerships are key. And we, as I said, there are other ways we can do it. It is a non-conventional industry in some ways, so perhaps we shouldn't be expecting to be able to completely follow the path of some other industries. It's quite different in lots of ways, but there's a lot of functional similarities in terms of the core technologies and maybe the processes that are involved, and I think there's a lot that we can be doing.
Can you elaborate a little bit more regarding international efforts?
Yeah, and look, we're just talking about Australia, but I'm pleased that you put that up. John and myself were involved in a number of other agencies putting together a roadmap that identified what we from agencies all around the world, what were the strategic knowledge gaps. So John's referring to a report here that it's publicly available. It's about 130 pages and appendices. It's probably the best condensed resource that I've ever seen in terms of what the key strategic knowledge gaps are all about. In fact, I'm doing a paper tomorrow to make sure people know about it and how we've been using it. It's a page 28. If you've got no time, go to page 28. There's a beautiful functional flow diagram that shows the kinds of systems and architectures that we need to be looking at. And what's important in that report, agencies from across the world have indicated what they felt their capabilities were, what the sequence of activities should be, right from raw materials to the products, and finally the applications, which is coming back to that commercial aspect, or at least the service or the value aspect. Not everything is completely driven by commercial things. For other people, particularly scientists, technologists, there is also a value in the science and the insights that then yields, but then often bursts into other applications for industry as well. So, thanks.
All right, we have some time for questions. Please show the QR code. Technical team, please. Please post your questions on Slide Up so that we can pick out some. Well, any questions from the panel? No questions yet. Oh yeah, that's great.
Sorry. Thank you so much. I am Surya Pratap Singh, a PhD student in Swinburne University, and since since 4 years, I am working on ISRU. In simple terms, my PhD thesis was titled on lunar steelmaking, and I went to many conferences, and it was like no one was understanding why I am doing it. So I'm so happy to see all the people who started the ISRU thing. And like from the Colorado School of Mines, we are just following your thesis, chapters, papers, and everything. So my question is, how do you think, like we kind of sometimes we get demotivated, like what will happen after these research, because we don't see any company directly recruiting for ISRU or something. So what do you see, like where can we see the ISRU reality happening, like in my next 5 years or 10 years, when these technologies will become like officially now we can work on this?
Yeah, no, that's a common feeling with students that are involved in this field. When we started, we were a little bit afraid there was not going to be any opportunities, but you start seeing now more and more. Obviously, space agencies, you got now all the major launch providers have some sort of department or division on space resources. You start seeing not just space agencies, but the departments of, in the United States, the Department of Commerce, the Department of Energy, even the Department of Defense. You start seeing there's more than 150 companies that are startups that are looking into this. Some of them are successful, some are not. But we start seeing the opportunity now because things are slowly moving. I mean, those successful companies that are applying it for terrestrial mining, now they're offering, just this year, you've seen company that put a drill on the moon. You're going to see demonstrations of extraction. And when that starts happening, then you start seeing more and more opportunities. And I think that the future is bright. You just have to be patient. It's a slowly developing field, but once it takes off, I think it will make quite a difference.
Yeah, cool. Can I just add something? So we love Swinburne. Well done. We love ISRU. We've got people from Swinburne working at CSIRO, which is really good. To your point, if you like Star Trek, there's a scene there where Spock realises he's a child of two worlds, both Earth and Vulcan. I think to a certain extent we need people who can be, children of two worlds. I mean that seriously. There's a development that you need to keep doing. Don't lose the fire for Earth planetary resources. But practically speaking, we're looking at decarbonising the whole energy market. And if you can figure out a way to process steel in environmentally friendly, like green steel, for example, or if you could process that in such a way that it was carbonless, waterless, and low energy, which is what you'd have to do on the moon, for example, to produce metals there, then that would be of great interest, I can tell you, to terrestrial. So I think we have to have a broader lens for a while, and there'll be plenty of gaps once that begins to scale up. So thank you for your question.
Marianne, do you have any comments?
No, nothing to add, sorry.
I'll do your bit. Here's my advice. I would look at the companies that are doing METs, right? You know what the problems on the moon are, right? So if you go to a well-established, innovative METs company that's working on terrestrial problems, but in your mind you've got the space application, then you do a startup, you're a millionaire.
I will just add something there. There's a lot of networking opportunities that I think would help, just to really understand how the mining ecosystem works and how you can move from there. I think, and we have a lot of people who from both sectors who attend those sort of networking events, as other networking events as well.
All right, there are a lot of great questions, and here's a question regarding asteroid mining, and what is the first material that could be mined, that can bring back to Earth from asteroids? We have 30 seconds for question time, so.
Thank you, Jim. The low-hanging fruit is water, my friend, water, right? And shortly after that, ordinary base metals, nickel iron metal. I warn strongly against thinking about rare earths or against platinum group metals as being early stage or maybe ever major products from asteroid mining. In a very, very mature mining industry, maybe, but clearly water.
Right, thank you.
And I think correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you're saying that because we're talking about in situ resource utilisation, in other words, using the stuff in space. When people talk about platinum, they talk about other things, they're talking about bringing it back. No one's really built a business case for anything yet except possibly helium-3.
Thank you for the clarification, Andrew. I missed it.
All right, we have almost reached the end of our time, and my final question is, what's next for you? And before getting into that, Jonathan, what is the main best good takeaway from today's conversation?
Oh, there are challenges and there are opportunities. If I just listening to what's been said here and what we've spoken of in the past, I'm loving the ongoing evolution of the narrative around space resources. It's moving from, I think, go back a few years ago, it might have been somewhat superficial similarities to now we're seeing functional similarities, and you can build on that as a foundation, which is much more interesting. And as we said here, we're pressing into that next tier and the tier below of detail on what that actually means. So that's a really pleasing thing, and we applaud you all for coming this afternoon for this session to hear more of that. We need you to advocate for clarity on those things as well. Partnership's critical, just critical, and identifying those specific payloads that can be contributing in ways that we can then get them to these exciting remote locations, the Moon, Mars, and even asteroids. So, but yeah, it's a great conversation.
Thanks, Jonathan. Well, Marian, what's next for you?
The future's very exciting from where we sit, and I guess our role and what we're looking forward to is continuing to facilitate the discussions between mining, METS and space, and to, the better we understand each other, the faster we can move and benefit both sectors.
And how?
Well, that's quite a question for me. From now until I depart this planet Earth, which I hope there's going to be many more years, I see that I will stay involved on spreading the message, on educating young and old people on the value of space resources, how resources will not only enable further space exploration, but also will benefit humankind here and in space. So I see a lot of value in that. And if you allow me, keeping on the theme of rock and roll, if I can quote one of the best rock and roll bands in history, the Beatles, and specifically George Harrison, when he said, "Here comes the sun." So from the point of view of space resources, and for all of you here, make note that here comes the sun, here comes the moon, the asteroids, Mars, and beyond. And I say, all right.
Andrew.
Now I'm going to sing a song.
Please.
No, look, I think what's next for this industry, if I was going to say what's the most important thing to do next, I would actually say get the legal side of things sorted out, because no mining company is going to dig something up if they don't even know if they own it when they've done it. And that needs to be clarified. And the UN is moving very slowly on this. The Artemis Accords may not have jurisdiction, so there's all sorts of problems related with the legal side, and some of those, what they call modifying factors in that diagram I had earlier. I think the technical side, people like you are going to solve that. We need more work in the other things at the moment before we can be confident of being able to go forward with this. What's next for us? Well, we've just got for those of you who are coming on the tour to see it tomorrow, we've got a new facility for testing all this stuff, so we're going to be doing a lot more work with the actual regolith. Note that when Angel is holding this up, it does have the word Australian on it. So one of the PhD students did a startup making regolith, and he's made a couple of sales, and we're using that in our lab. So there's a fair bit of interesting work to be done. I'll still be working at the high level, not getting my hands dirty with that stuff, but just writing about airy-fairy theoretical things. And then I can retire.
Great plan. Mark?
I'm going to reprise Arnhill. Being an old Moody Blues fan, I'm going to say, see you on the dark side of the moon, Arnhill. However, Pink Floyd, sorry.
Yeah, so there's no dark side of the moon.
That sets what's next for us. I've been trying to zero in on financially supportable, closing business case approaches to mining commodities from asteroids seriously for a dozen years or so, and we're getting very, very close. And the technologies are being developed, and things are being demonstrated. I have this sense that it's really, really, really close. And I'd just like to leave everybody with the thought that asteroid mining and attempts at lunar mining will be happening within 5 to 10 years. And I would like to be there, and I'm at the stage now where we are actively seeking seed funding to proceed with our own project ideas.
Catherine.
Oh, I haven't got long left. Very quickly. What's next for ESRIC? We continue to grow. We're 5 years old, so we're still relatively young in research and innovation centre terms. So we continue to grow. We were super excited yesterday to read the press release from Blue Origin about the Oasis 1 project in partnership with Luxembourg. And we're looking forward to growing activity there. So we continue to develop all of our activities. But if you would like to find out more, come and join us in Luxembourg next year, and then you can find out all about what we do.
Thank you, Catherine. Yeah, go ahead.
And Jordan, just what's next for me, at 3 p.m, which is in 15 minutes, I've got a short 10-minute presentation that's highlighting some 3 or 4 examples of where we've taken literally space mining technology and put it into space. So if you're interested in that topic, you can get another 10 minutes if you wish. That's what's next for me, literally. Thanks.
All right.
And let me add one thing. It's just exciting to be in Australia with all this activity that is happening on this Congress, and to see how the country is moving rapidly towards more ambitious plans in space. So I expect that in a few more years, Australia will be going from down under to up above.
Thank
you. All right. Well, let's keep our discussions from multidimensional aspects to lay the foundation of space resource utilization. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate that.
Thank you, June.
take your seats as we are about to begin next session called Sharing Space: How Satellite Constellations and Astronomy Can Coexist. Please help me welcoming on the stage Sarah Webb, Course Director and Program Lead at Swinburne University of Technology.
Thank you very much, everyone. We are waiting for one more panel member to come with us here. So we might just give it a second or two if you're okay with waiting for that. And while I do, I will get you to start percolating on what questions you might want to ask. Please go to Slido, put in IAC 2025, and you can pop in the questions you might want this extraordinary panel to ask. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for taking your time this afternoon to come to this session. We are absolutely thrilled to have you here. My name is Dr. Sarah Webb. I'm an astrophysicist and science communicator at Swinburne University of Technology in Melbourne, Australia. And my work is not just astrophysics, but bridging space science and industry. And it's why I'm particularly delighted to be here with this panel. So before we begin, I do want to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land of which we're on. And it's not just the land, it's the sea, the sky, and the land country, and that is the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and pay our respects to their elders, past, present and emerging, and extend those respects to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people in this nation. I think it's important that we acknowledge that there's wider conversations to be had, and I hope that you have had a chance here at the IAC to see some of the incredible host nation plenaries. The Monday afternoon one was really enlightening to myself, and I will go forward with that as I continue in my work. So, this panel is exceptionally exciting. We're going to have a little bit of a twist to the panel that you'll learn about in a moment, but it is really an intersection of industry and astronomy. And I want to say a huge thank you to CSIRO, the SKA Observatory and the Australian Space Agency for bringing this all together, for facilitating this important discussion. We are at an important intersection at the moment with humanity's ambitions to continue to expand into space. We have the ability to connect every corner of Earth via satellite constellations, and we need to meet humans' ancient quest to peer deeper into the cosmos. Today, this panel brings together the leading voices from both sides of that discussion, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves now. So I'm going to start with Professor Anna Moore.
Thank you, Sarah. My name is Professor Anna Moore. I am a director of the ANU Institute for Space in Canberra. I'm also a professor of astronomy, and so I kind of straddle both sectors. Thank you.
All right, and I'm Joseph Kohler. I'm the head of space safety and sustainability at the Amazon Project Kuiper. My background is actually astronomy as well. I have a PhD in astrophysics. I'm very passionate about fundamental science, and I'm also passionate about connecting the world and bridging the digital divide. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Joseph.
Hi, I'm Mark Skinner. I'm an astrophysicist with the Aerospace Corporation in Washington, D.C. I also have an observational background from everything from TeV, gamma ray astronomy, down to infrared astronomy, from compact objects to satellites and space debris, and working closely with industry, with government, and with academia to try to mitigate some of these problems.
Thank you for having me, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Catherine Grace, the Acting General Manager for Space Capability with the Australian Space Agency. Now, I'm not the kind of doctor with a doctorate. I do have a medical background. But what brings me to the space sector is this real need, desire, and love for space, for our skies, but working with industry, government, bridging that digital divide, as was said, and making a difference through technology. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And Phil.
Good afternoon. My name is Phil Diamond. I'm the Director General of the Square Kilometre Array Observatory. I'm a radio astronomer by training, but these days I spend more time looking at spreadsheets and reading administrative and personnel reports than I do doing radio astronomy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Phil. And we do have another member of our panel who could not be here today, and we're going to do a bit of a switcheroo with you. Originally, we were going to have David Goldman from SpaceX. Unfortunately, David Goldman could not be here, but he roped in his good friend David Goldstein to send us a virtual message. So I'm going to introduce David now, and throughout we will have snippets from SpaceX throughout, so we can really include that in the discussion.
Hello, my name is David Goldstein. I'm a principal engineer at SpaceX, and I work on our policy team. The work that I do is primarily on space sustainability. Balt asked me to provide this video because I wasn't able to attend the conference in person. So he asked me to answer a few questions and to talk a little bit about the work that I do at SpaceX. So I work, as I said, on space sustainability topics, the orbital debris mitigation, collision avoidance, coordinating with the U.S. Space Force and NASA and many others, and also engaging with the astronomy community on both optical and radio astronomy. And so SpaceX is committed to keeping, doing our best to keep skies dark and quiet.
Excellent. So it's wonderful that we can have so many voices in this conversation, and we wanted it to truly be a conversation, but with a little bit of a twist. So I'm going to introduce you to the very first game that I believe has been played at a GNF. We're going to come to sharing space. Now, we would like to have the opportunity to have a bit of a collaboration here. So each panel member gets to ask which question they would like. They can pick if they want to go low, medium, or high. Each gets a different number of points, and you are playing for a prize. And I promise it's a delicious prize at that. Right. So what is amazing about this, though, is that we're going to have input from everybody because we can all speak to these different topics across this panel, and it's vitally important. So I would like to first throw to Philip to open our very first and probably only GNF game for the IAC.
Okay, thank you. Well, maybe I won't be too ambitious. I did just land in this country at 5 o'clock this morning, so I don't want to stretch my brain too far. Let's go with medium orbit collaboration station.
Excellent. I think Phil should get 5 points for coming straight off a plane to this panel. Excellent. We would like to ask you, and I'm sure other panel members can join in with this too, what role do space agencies in general have to play in the collaboration between industry and astronomy?
Well, that's not one that I may know too much about. A lot of the, in my view, a lot of the drivers behind the current proliferation of low Earth orbit satellites has been driven by the private sector. Global internet to all of those parts of the world that struggle with access. There are other reasons, of course, but that seems to be the primary one. And of course, the private industry works very closely with the national space agencies. But I'd rather punt this question, which I know is allowed, to one of my colleagues here from industry who are more closely engaged with this subject. So, I don't know, Mark or
who would like to step in? Mark, would you like to?
Sure. Well, in the United States, the space agency NASA has a very limited role in ground-based astronomy. That role is typically taken up by the National Science Foundation, along with other public founding, granting agencies. However, they do work very closely. They do have space-based observatories, which can also be impacted by optical and radio interference. Although something like the Webb or Chandra, not so much, but others, yes. They do a lot of NASA does a lot of research into spacecraft technology, and one of the main research areas that would be beneficial here are coatings, dielectric coatings, and ways of operating a satellite that could minimize some of these things. So I'll sort of leave it there.
Yeah. Thank you for your input, Joseph.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I think that's a really neat idea. Use to work with the space agencies because they have the laboratories, a lot of subject matter expertise on building satellites, and maybe develop some of these codings. I was going to say, if I had gotten this question, I would have said to work with the space agencies as the platform to facilitate conversations, right? So that would be a good one too, but you bring up an interesting point on, in the United States, the National Science Foundation, right? It's not a space agency, but it's a funding agency, right? And so I think they play a very critical role as they're using taxpayer money to support ground-based astronomy, build astronomy sites, and so forth. And they have, I think, that can play that at that intersection to bridge that digital divide, but also enable the fundamental science and the ground-based astronomy there. And speaking for Amazon Kuiper, we have recently signed a memorandum of agreement, an agreement with the National Science Foundation that speaks to how do we work towards achieving certain light reductions, reflectivity reductions, and also achieve the quiet part, right? Work with the radio astronomy and make sure there's as much as possible or as little as possible interference in that regard. So Science Foundation is a good one. And I think other countries probably have similar agencies that fund astronomy sites.
Sarah, can I chip in on this one and bring it to the Australian perspective? Wonderful. Thank you. So when we think about the role of space agencies, particularly here in Australia, we do want to say that we know that there is this really strong, growing civil space sector here in Australia, but incredibly strong research capabilities in astronomy, and that is really supported by the world-class infrastructure that we have that doesn't necessarily belong to the agency, but it is our role to be that mediator and that intermediary. But more than that, and I hope everyone was able to attend the opening ceremony and really see that the space agency does acknowledge this deep and continuous connections that our First Nations people here in Australia have, the Indigenous, Aboriginal, Torres Strait Islanders, and other First Nations community have with this dark and quiet sky. It is important to us, and it is important that as an agency, we play a role in bridging any of that gap. You see our pin that we have here with the First Nations constellations, and it isn't just lip service. It is meaningful, and it's not just looking to First Nations as custodians of knowledge, but ensuring that that participation continues into the future. And we work with industry and guide them in certain ways. So hopefully people are familiar with the Space Launches and Returns Act. That's the act from 2018. And we regulate to ensure that launch activities happening in Australia or by Australians overseas have mitigations in place and think about sustainability. And then obviously we have to ensure that when we're working with industry and our counterparts, we're a strong leading voice at the table for that as an important measure.
Thank you. Anna, would you like to contribute your thoughts?
Yeah, can I go for 2 points?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. So what role do they play now? I think very little. What role should they do? I think we've heard a little bit already. I think, firstly, especially in the Australian context, our agency is a regulator, so it's got a very powerful potential position to be able to actually actively regulate what goes up and how it does that. The second thing is just really reiterating, but I'm going to try and grab the point. I think in terms of when you learn something's a problem and you want to fix it, you want to get that news out as quickly as possible. I think one of the biggest issues is industry doesn't know what it's doing sometimes is actually a problem. And so I think the agencies have an ability somehow to be able to get that information out between the avenues that they have together and then feed it down into their systems. I think that would be a really powerful thing to do.
Thank you so much. I think all of you contributed really important points there. I think it is that wider discussion between not only space agencies, science bodies, First Peoples. It is really important to have that continued discussion, and I'm happy to tell you you are all on equal points. So we are going to move on to Catherine. What would you like to choose?
Well, since we're all on equal points, I'm just going to raise the stakes. And why don't we try high orbit for Spectrum's showcase, please?
Okay. For 30 points, how are satellites and satellite technology evolving? Will these advances help us share space sustainably?
So I'm doing this one with my agency hat on, but obviously we've seen space and satellite technologies evolving rapidly, and how it's not only the multitude of launch, the capabilities that we have, whether we're looking at optical comms now, the role of quantum that it does play into it. But when we think about the role of this and sustainability, we also have to think about reusability. We have the ability to think of sustainability in three ways. So space for Earth sustainability, which obviously the Australian agency supports through certain grants and other mechanisms. And even we see it, and I'll throw back to an example for on Earth sustainability. So recently in a state of South Australia, there was something called an algal bloom. So a lot of algae came up and has absolutely poisoned a whole gamut of the coastline. And thankfully through collaborations with ESA through the CSIRO, we're able to get much needed urgent satellite data to report back and feedback to government. So that's how we think these advances can help. We think about what AquaWatch is doing to protect our Pacific Island nations. We think about water quality and monitoring. So space absolutely has this incredible role to play when we think about sustainability on Earth, but also in space and for space. So we can't just leave it on what it's doing here on Earth. Obviously, we have to think about our dark and quiet skies, how we can minimize the number of satellites if it is possible, use different communication methods, but of course, think about the Artemis Accord, our signing responsibilities there, and what we're doing on the moon.
Thank you for that. I might take this opportunity to actually bounce to David Goldstein's pre-recorded answer, because he's got some insight on how satellites have evolved, and this might continue that discussion. So if we don't mind switching back to the PowerPoint.
So yeah, the first question that Paul asked me was to talk about how satellites and satellite technology have evolved and how that evolution impacts space sustainability. And so satellites are being built more safely. I think there's orders of magnitude less what I would call explodey satellites, and they're also safer from a reentry perspective because people are now designing for demisability, and even Starlink we've done work on targeted reentry just using drag, not using any propulsion, just using drag. So finally, some of the significant investments we've made and other large constellations have made is in reflection mitigation. So keeping satellites as minimally impactful to optical astronomy as possible. You want your satellites to be able to be tracked from the ground, but also to not be seen by optical telescopes. And so there's a balance there. But we tend to try to make our satellites more dark, and in those surfaces that are not that don't reflect like sort of perpendicular to the ground, and then you want to be able to in some cases make your satellite more reflective in order to keep to reduce diffuse reflections and have more specular reflections that would reflect away from ground observers.
Fantastic. We'll swap back to the board game now. Does anyone else want to contribute to that? Mark?
Yeah, I think we're seeing a couple trends here. One is the proliferation of larger constellations. We're seeing the democratization of space, where there are lower entrants into space, basically due to the lower costs. These may be seen as antithetical to space sustainability, but what I think we're seeing is in some cases an advancement of some technologies. For example, miniaturization. So if you can do your mission with a 3U CubeSat versus something the size of a dishwasher, you're going to be a lot more sustainable. If you have mechanisms by which to identify and locate your satellite without having to use radars or telescopes, because you can self-report via some sort of GPS kind of thing, that definitely makes the conjunction assessment kind of problem a lot easier, and that your uncertainty on where that object is greatly reduced. Understanding, I think the general trend of understanding that we need to be able to deorbit things. There's lots of deorbit technologies, whether they're propulsive or drag, those sorts of things are also helping people understand that they need to get their objects out of orbit once they're done using them. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Joseph, would you like to contribute?
Yeah, what I would like to add here is how Amazon Kuiper is approaching this topic on dark and quiet skies. So specifically on the reflectivity part, as we started designing our satellites and started to deploy our satellites, we recognized early on that this is a critical issue that needs to be addressed. And it has actually, I mean, overall space safety and sustainability has become an anchor tenant. It guides us all the way from how we design and how we operate our satellites. But specifically on the reflectivity part, we tried out different solutions. And matter of fact is that there is no off-the-shelf solution available today. All different satellites look very different. They're not square boxes at all. They have all kinds of hinges and nooks and crannies and things sticking out. But the important part on the reflectivity is the flat panels, of course, in addition to the solar cells. And we were able to develop a very specific custom solution that lets us transmit through that dielectric mirror. We don't lose any signal strength going through. But on the visual light, we can actually reflect that visual light away from the ground-based observatory. And in addition to that, we've invested in modeling capabilities, trying to see what can we change on the satellites and implement, and also ground-based observatories. We're starting to take our own measurements now of how reflective our satellites are, and we can use that as an iterative process through modeling and technology improvements and upgrades in reducing the reflectivity of our satellites.
Thank you for that. I think an important conversation that we've previously had actually is this idea that coatings and technology is evolving quicker than regulation. Satellite companies are investing a lot of time, money and effort into things that are not strictly regulated right now. And I think that's a really interesting point. And I want to pulse check the audience here. Who thinks that technology evolution will outpace regulation for keeping us having Sky be sustainable and co-sharing? Who thinks technology will outpace? Okay, I'd say I think that's the vast majority of hands. And I think, at least I agree, and I think probably a lot of the panel does agree too. And that's a really important point where we have these conversations between industry, astronomy, regulators to say, well, what is already happening and how is that really beneficial? So thank you very much. Would anyone else like to contribute, or should we move on to another? Phil, yeah, of course.
Just one thing which I would like to complement the satellite industry on, and that is the development of the phased array technologies to give pretty much instant software control of the beam direction. That, I think, is from a radio astronomy perspective, is one of the key elements to be able to control where the downlink beam is pointed, and to be able to change the direction of that beam pretty much instantly when a satellite passes over a key radio observatory. I think that's a relatively new technology that's extremely beneficial.
Thank you for adding that in. Okay, I think we're going to move down to this side. Anna, you have the option to pick what you would like to explore. We also do have some audience questions if you would like to go down that path. Sure. Would you like to do low, medium, or high? Do you want to go for the points?
Oh, is that what that is?
Yes, high, you get more points. Catherine is there saying, I know what this is.
All right, high.
Let's do a high orbit. Oh my goodness, I get to pick. Okay. This truly is a high-level orbit question for you, Anna. How do you explain why we should continue ground-based astronomy to those who want to use space as a resource? Why should we care about astronomy? You're well and truly getting your 30 points here.
Okay, well, I'll answer that in two ways. So the first, I have to say, being an astronomer has been, I wanted to be an astronomer from the age of 4. I've loved, I've absolutely loved doing what I do, and trying to understand the universe and our place in it is a really lovely way to earn a living. But one of the most important things that I've really liked about it is when I go and explain at any situation, in any country, in any situation, what I do, and I say, well, I'm an astronomer and I study the universe. No one anywhere has ever asked what that means, what it does. They're just full of questions about what's the latest discovery, what do you know? And that includes everywhere from a trip through Mongolia to, I've been to every continent on the planet. It just has that universal public support, which is key for what we do to learn the universe. But I think a part of everyone is to learn a little bit about our universe and our place in it. And so I think it's a public good. So that's my first answer. Actually, I've got 3 ways. So the second way, I'm really going for this now. I'm on a roll.
I'm coming in.
I'm on a roll. I'm not going to leave any time for anyone else. I'm going straight for the 30 points. Don't interrupt me. Okay, so the second one is, actually this was answered by a School of Economics director when we had to go and present astronomy. Not had to, we wanted to present what we were doing at the time. And the first thing they said to me is, well, we've actually, at tea break, we decided to actually understand the importance of astronomy from a financial perspective. And I thought, oh my God, I'm stuffed. I'm totally stuffed. And he said, I think it's really important because we wouldn't have Hollywood without it. So there. So I think there's also an economic story to why we do astronomy, because all the things that we measure and come out with are so out there, they're often incorporated into Hollywood science fiction films. So I think there's even an economic answer to that one too. And the third one is a little bit more where I sit, which is in the nexus between being an astronomer, but using astronomy technologies for societal good through space applications. So things like next-gen laser communications come out of astronomy, okay? Some of the Earth observation techniques, especially in the infrared, shortwave infrared, a lot of the people doing that used to be astronomers. They've moved into that area. And so there's a huge sort of the skills you gain and the technologies you develop by having to care about every single photon that's coming to you, because there's hardly any of them. These things are transferable into other sectors like space, which is way more, it's a much bigger area. So they're my 3 answers.
Thank you. You well and truly got your 30 points there. I think I'll just add to that a little bit, because I've got a PhD student at the moment who is tracing what astronomers do after they get their PhDs. And we can truly say from his research, in every single sector that you can imagine a human can work, there is an astronomer. And it's those skills that are really, not only is the universe beautiful and incredible, it really does help our everyday lives. And I think we all can appreciate that. Joseph, would you like to grab 30 points too?
Well, I'm competitive too, but I probably can't come up with 3 fabulous answers here, but the example that came to mind as I was listening here was Einstein, when the need of fundamental science really impacts where we are with technology today. That's just an irrefutable fact, right? Without the fundamental science, we would not have any of the technologies today. And when Einstein studied the universe and he developed the special and general relativity equations, today, maybe by a question, who used Google Maps or some mapping function today to find this place? A lot of you, right? GPS and precision navigation and timing would not work without those equations, right? So I think it just permeates society where we are today, and it traces back to the fundamental science and the interest of humanity in understanding our place in the universe.
It truly transcends. everywhere. I see both Mark and Catherine would like to go. Who would like to jump in first? We'll go down the line, Mark.
So astronomy is one of the oldest professions, human endeavors in the world. It's not the oldest, but it's up there. And over the course of the years, we've added greatly to our understanding of the cosmos and life on Earth and things like that. For example, helium was discovered by astronomers in the sun. That's hence its name. But I think more relevant to what we're doing here, what we're talking about here, is the search for potentially hazardous asteroids and near-Earth objects, which could cause harm to life on Earth. And there's a need to be able to find them. We found the big bright ones, but it's the small ones that can still do damage that are subject to interference from both radio and optical sources. So that's more relevant to what we're discussing today.
Excellent, thank you very much. Catherine, what would you like to contribute?
No, I'm just fangirling here, honestly. I think, Anna, you summarized it perfectly. So not only is it a public good, not only is astronomy a study of who we are as human beings, and we think about our life, our survival, our guidance, our navigation through the stars for years, protecting us, what it means for us, the economic value. But also it's important because you get to meet your heroes. They say in life, don't meet your heroes. I was just a space fan, and the astronomers that I have met have enveloped me in this view of the world that has fundamentally changed who I am, and I would say I'm the better for it.
That's beautiful.
So thanks.
You're very welcome. Phil, would you like to contribute?
There's not too much that I can add to what my fellow panel members have said. But in fact, I just wanted to extend what Joseph said about the relativistic corrections to the various equations making GPS work. But there's another factor on top of that as well, is that we all know the Earth rotates, but it's not a smooth rotator. It has an unpredictable wobble, and it's actually through radio astronomy, measuring the International Celestial Reference Frame, that we can actually pin down and measure that unpredictable wobble, which adds another very small correction to the GPS stuff, which actually increases the accuracy that Google Maps reports. So instead of being an accuracy of, say, 30 meters on the ground, our accuracy is 2, 3, 4, 5 meters. So that's just another little thing that helps, and that comes from very long baseline interferometry, which of course is radio astronomy.
Excellent. I'm sure we all appreciate that accuracy when we're lost or looking for our Uber Eats in the middle of the night. So we are now going to move on. Mark, what would you like to select?
Well, I'm sitting here amongst these high rollers, so let's do low orbit tech trick.
Low orbit spectrum sharing. We have...
Tech trick.
Oh my goodness. Spoilers. Sorry. Okay. We've seen success in recent years with coatings, visors, shields being used on low Earth orbit spacecraft. What is the most promising technical tool? And it might not be any of them.
So one of my roles at Aerospace is the principal investigator for Aerospace's contribution to the National Science Foundation's SWIFT-SAT effort, which what they're trying to do is understand when satellites that could potentially cause harmful optical or radio interference to, in this example, ground-based observatories, or when are they going to pass over the observatory, where will be they on the sky, and how bright will they be? This allows the observatory to potentially look somewhere else, maybe make coffee, go to the bathroom, all the things you do when you're not observing, but it also allows the owner-operator of the satellite potentially change the attitude of the satellite, minimize the cross-sectional area, or somehow minimize the reflection, knowing that it's a certain point in day when the satellites start going into Earth's shadow, then they kind of disappear from sight. So I think that's what we're doing, and we think that's a good trick. It's not something or, it's something and. So having interesting coatings and interesting satellite technologies is also part of the mix. It's no one thing, but I think through a combination of efforts, we can reach goals that are mutually beneficial to both owner-operators and the astronomy community, and naked eye astronomers too. So.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's not what is it, it's what is it with. I think that's a really good way to think about how we move forward. Would anyone else like to contribute to this question?
Well, it's not coatings, but it's on the same theme that Mark has just discussed there. This is work that the radio astronomy community, and specifically the US National Radio Astronomy Observatory, in this case, has been doing with SpaceX. And that is setting up a system whereby SpaceX or Starlink is aware where the radio telescopes are pointing. So that when any of the satellites, and the satellites, of course, are crossing the radio telescope beams quite frequently, they will either switch off their downlink or point their downlink away from the observatory. And that, so that collaboration, that communication between the astronomers and the satellite operator, I think is highly beneficial. And we at the Square Kilometre Array, we've also been working with NREO in this, and we'll be adapting that system for when our telescopes are in operation in a few years' time. So I think that's another good example of a tech trick that will assist in maintaining the dark and quiet skies.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to contribute?
I think equally on the astronomy side, there are a number of tools and techniques being developed, like image stacking or the use of AI to remove streaks, or putting in little mechanical shutters, because satellites actually fly very quickly. I don't think you can go to the bathroom while a satellite flies quickly through the through the field of view, but depends, of course. But so I think there's. Never mind. Strike everything I said. Yeah, the hole is getting deeper. So I think there's an equal amount of interest on the astronomy side to develop tools and techniques.
Yeah, and I'll say from that astronomy side in some of the work that we do, it's interesting for us because it means that we need to think a little bit outside the bounds of how we traditionally analyse data, and I always like a challenge. Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Just one quick thing. So just for those who aren't optical astronomers in the room, there's kind of two basic types of optical astronomy we do, and it's times when we want to look at the whole sky as quickly as possible and do what we call wide field astronomy. This is particularly important if you're trying to do something called transient astronomy, where you're trying to pick up new things that are coming into existence or exotic things, and the other type is where you want to follow up on something that's come into existence or a collision or something like that, and you want to use very narrow field observations to be able to then understand what's actually going on. The community that's affected most is the wide field community, because especially in the optical, more detail than you might need, but maybe not. We're using optical devices, and so the exposures are quite long. And so it means that you're sitting there on the sky trying to get as many photons as you can from the universe, and that's how you end up seeing all these very faint streaks all through your data that traditionally we weren't able to get rid of. So the techniques that we're talking about here, where Joseph raised, where you can go into the data and then be able to try and remove some of these streaks, are a way of severely mitigating this effect. So that's the main issue in the optical. The radio's got a whole bunch of other major issues, but in the optical, that's what it is.
Thank you for explaining that so eloquently as well. And I think I'll just add to that on the collaboration. It's something where astronomers could even feed that back into industry, and that's that full circle loop there of how we're all working together and helping each other. Okay, Joseph, it is your time to pick your question.
All right, can I dig myself back out of the hole? As I was looking at the list here, low orbit, medium orbit, high orbit, of course we're in Leo, right? So, and I have to pick a constellation question, right? So I'm going to go for a low orbit constellation, please.
Excellent. We have, as our presence in space grows, what current collaborations or engagements are happening to ensure sustainable coexistence? And this might be particular for Amazon and Kuiper you might want to speak to.
Yeah, absolutely. So I already mentioned our NSF agreement, so I don't have to explain that anymore. But in general, dark and quiet skies is one of our 4 fundamental categories, how we think about space sustainability. And as part of that effort, we have established very collaborative relationships with a number of radio telescopes and observatories. We've visited West Virginia, Green Bank Telescope, also the VLA in Arizona. And we're continuing to talk and better understand what the needs are of the astronomy community. We're also active participants in the IAU Center. It really helps us better understand, like I said, what the needs of the astronomy community are. And we can then take that into account as we are developing solutions to mitigate, to reduce the reflectivity, and use the beam steering that you mentioned earlier. All these are technologies that were developed without the need of really very specific regulation because, I mean, let's face it, we're space geeks as well, just like the astronomers, and we want to make that work too.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to add to that? Mark?
Yeah, there's work at the UN that's a follow-on to the long-term sustainable work that we performed over 10 years in Vienna. There's an issue or an agenda item dealing with dark and quiet skies at UN COPUOS, and the U.S. State Department has enlisted the help of a number of, as they call it, friends of dark and quiet skies, which includes folks like myself, academics, astronomers, David Goldstein, others from industry that are part of that discussion to inform the diplomats who then will help negotiate norms of behavior, rules of the road, what have you, at the international level.
I'll jump in to say that the Australian Space Agency, of course, obviously contributes and participates in UN COPUOS, and we are one of the signatories to the, I got the name right, Group of Friends of the Dark and Quiet Sky for Science and Society. One more time. Group of Friends of the Dark and Quiet Sky for Science and Society. And you know, it's really, along with this best practices, it allows Australia to make sure that we are leading, that we are participating, that we are demonstrating, and we show that by actively participating in the table. So it's a really fantastic opportunity.
Thank you for that, Phil.
So I'm very, very pleased this this particular subject has come up. So the SKA Observatory has observer status on this UN body. In fact, 2 UN bodies: COPUOS, the Committee on the Peaceful Usage of Outer Space, and the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union. But it's really COPUOS, I think, is the most relevant one here. We, in fact, we were very supportive. I think we were one of the drivers of the Friends of Dark and Quiet Skies that's just been mentioned. This is it's an essential activity on top of all of the technical activities that we've just been talked about. It's a place where the case can be made by both the astronomers and by the operators for the appropriate level of regulation. But I think somebody mentioned a few minutes ago that the pace of regulation is maybe not what any of us would like. I sometimes liken it to the speed at which glaciers flow. It really does not keep up with the technological advances, the enormous change in the low Earth orbit environment, and it's probably inevitable that in any process that requires a consensus of however many countries there are sitting in COPUOS in these UN bodies, it does take an enormous amount of time. And unfortunately, we do see occasionally geopolitics intruding in this process. None of us must step back from this regulatory environment. We must all be pushing it. And I think we all have pretty much the same goal in mind as we push it. We're working on the technical solutions, but from the astronomer's point of view, the rapid expansion in the number of companies that are beginning to put systems up there makes it more challenging, because we have good relationships with the Amazon Kuipers, with the SpaceX Starlinks, but as more and more companies appear, we can't keep up that connection with all of these companies. So I think a regulatory approach is really what's required for the long term.
Thank you. I might actually use my moderator privilege to ask a question from the audience that I think ties in quite nicely to this. So one question is, what is the best way for astronomers and tech companies to collaborate on dark and quiet skies together? So from each of your perspectives, what is the way you would like to see collaboration happen, or even those conversations engage and start early? Anna, would you like to begin? Or only if you're comfortable. You get points.
Right. What was I thinking? No. So I confess my fellow panel members are going to give better answers than this. But look, I think like anything else, it has to happen early. So you can, so these, yeah, because I think the conversation has to have started before the problem happens and before a solution can then be found. So having the ability to have, trusted, honest sort of conversations about what we all want space to be for the benefit of our, for the benefit of our future generations. That needs to be the overarching goal, I think, a little bit, yeah, so I think having a platform or an ability, especially in the modern day of everyone's connected, right? So there's no excuse for us not to be able to use these connections to everyone on the planet for good, and not just to watch cat videos or what people watch these days. Like, we should be able to use all this for good. It's not secret information. Okay, we should be able to get out to the ecosystem, startups all the way through to more mature organizations, and be able to just have that conversation. And awareness is almost everything, because I think when you're on a path in your maturity, especially as a company, there's so much pressure to be able to mature, and your VCs, the startup, the different phases of funding you have to go for. It's incredibly high pressure compared to the well, I was about to say compared to the academic communities, but not right now. But anyway, usually that's true, right? So it's different, and understanding that is really important. So having the ability to just have these conversations, share the data, share the awareness of what's important, and that's where perhaps some of the solutions can come from. I agree, regulation is very important. It takes a long time to get that, and sometimes solutions can happen well before that's in place. And our technologies are incredibly dynamic. So they're changing all the time very quickly. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Would anyone else like to contribute? Who would like to go? We'll go down the line, I think.
I think the IAU Center for the Protection of Dark and Quiet Skies is an incredibly helpful and productive platform for bringing astronomers and operational communities together. We're very interested in sharing our mitigation measures, and equally we're very interested in learning from the astronomy community what mitigation measures the astronomy community is developing and how we can work together. I have a slightly different perspective on the need of regulation. I see there's a lot of great interest in the operational community to support mitigation measures, and that is already happening, and even without the need for very specific regulation in place right now. So I understand regulation always takes a little bit longer, so I think if we focus on the collaborative aspects today, we can accomplish a lot.
Yeah, I would say that the important interrelationship here is between, let's say, the scientists on one side and the engineers on the other side, the owner-operators, and not all companies are vertically integrated and make their own satellites, so it has to include the satellite manufacturers have to understand what it is about their satellites that's actually bugging the astronomers. Is it just the diffuse reflections? Is it shiny little bits on there that cause little spikes? These are important things to understand. And where are the pain points? And does this work? Does that work? Trying different things, and then getting that best practice, those technologies, those techniques out there, so that others into the public domain, so that others can understand. That's what's been tried before. That worked. That didn't. If we paint it black, that just moves the problem into the infrared. Let's not do that, And so I think that's that exchange of very detailed technical information. And we, obviously, you always have intellectual property concerns and ITAR concerns and things like that. But I think they can be overcome at the technical level.
Thank you. Catherine?
I'm just going to add a bit of a perspective from a government role, and I'm building off what you said. There's no reason for people not to be speaking and be aware of these problems. And this is a conversation where an agency can come lean in and facilitate stakeholder engagement. Finding multi-stakeholder engagement to have practical solutions. And of course, you mentioned the importance of integration, of having the businesses know what problems astronomers might have. But I think it's larger than that. The agency has the ability to bring to the table voices of those who might not always engage with industry. I'm thinking here of the First Nations communities across the world, or perhaps those of our counterparts in the Indo-Pacific, or nations who don't have large space agencies. We want to play a leading role in the Indo-Pacific to make sure all voices are heard and considered. And then industry, because they look to space agencies and we're growing that capability, they can look to us and we can raise this awareness. We do focus on the importance of dark and quiet skies, and I think that's a best practice, is bringing people together to the table and making sure we don't always take a Western-centric view of the world.
Thank you. Phil, would you like to top it off?
Yes, I'd just like to support what Mark and Joseph were saying there, and about the early, and Anna, about the early collaboration between the astronomers and the satellite operators and the manufacturers of those satellites, in terms of understanding what the challenges might be. I'm going to introduce a fairly obscure acronym, but I'll explain what it is. UEMR, unexpected electromagnetic radiation, which is something that emerged just in the last year or so, when observing with low frequency telescopes. In this case, the LOFAR in the Netherlands and the Murchison Wide Field Array in Western Australia, and detecting the onboard electronics from the Starlink satellites. It was totally unexpected. We didn't expect to see it, and SpaceX didn't expect us to be able to detect it. But it is a real issue, extremely bright radio sources, and not from the downlink beams, but just from the onboard electronics that control the systems, operate the solar panels. Now, luckily, SpaceX, very responsive. They are now looking into this to see how it can be mitigated. But I think early collaboration, maybe involvement in some of the design aspects of the satellites, may have solved this particular problem before this generation of satellites is in orbit. Luckily, a lot of these systems are designed to deorbit, and new generations of these satellites be launched. So we have the opportunity, hopefully, to fix these particular problems. But that early collaboration, I think, is key.
Thank you. I think the main thing that we've heard across here is that early collaboration, that willingness to have conversations, and that really technical, in-depth conversations as well, which is fantastic. Unfortunately, we are right at our time, and I am thrilled to announce that we have a 5-way tie. Can we... We have prizes for all of our panellists that we will give you at the end of this, but I wanted to extend a huge thank you to all of you for being here as part of the discussion, the Australian Space Agency, CSIRO, and of course SKAO for facilitating this, bringing this important conversation to life, and all of you for being willing to play the game, being open, and sharing really interesting things about not only how we share space, but how we continue about this in the future. So can you help me by thanking our panellists with a huge round of applause? Thank you very much.
welcome back. I'm very happy to announce the next session, which is called Out of This World, Building a Mobile Network on the Moon. Please join me in welcoming on stage Thierry Klein, President of Bell Lab Solution Research at Nokia.
All right, good afternoon. See if I can make this work. All right, so I'm really excited to be here. Coming from Nokia, coming from the telecom sector, I have to admit this is my first IAC. And as I was just told, if you come once, you come back. So I definitely look forward to coming back. I want to share with you a little bit what we've been doing from a communication perspective, the need we see for communication in space exploration, and then what we've been doing particularly about taking cellular technology, taking the technology you have in your phone, in your pockets that you use every day, and taking that technology and adapting it for space exploration. And earlier this year, we built deployed the first network on the moon. So I want to share with you a little bit about that, and then where we're going forward with taking terrestrial technologies and adapting them for space. I think there's no doubt that we're in a new era of space exploration, but it's a different era of space exploration. When you think about the Apollo landings, it was a very time-limited mission, small number of astronauts going for a short period of time. But when you think about the vision we have for going back to the moon and staying on the moon, it's very, very different. And we're talking a lot about semi-permanent, permanent presence of humans on the moon. We talk about resource mining, drilling, scientific experiments, processing of minerals, and so forth. So it's a very, very different deployment, very different operations on the moon. And we believe that for that, you also need very different communication technologies. And we kind of feel, looking from the telecom sector at space exploration, there's 50 years of advances and innovation that have really been missing, that where the telecom industry has really advanced the capabilities you use every day versus what is still considered kind of de facto standard technologies used in space. And it starts with a few things. Generally in space, people, we still consider UHF radios, VHF radios, very limited number of connections, very small data rates. And that worked great in the Apollo days. We connected 2 astronauts, a lander, and we primarily did voice and very limited data. You look at the pictures we get back from the moon, is that the kind of video you want to see? Probably not. It's black and white, grainy videos. A lot of it was not real time. So there's really an appetite and demand, both from an operational perspective, from a scientific perspective, as well as from a safety of the astronauts perspective, to get a lot more data back. So we have a challenge of the amount of data that we want to collect on the moon, the amount of data we want to transmit back from the moon so that we can all enjoy it, and not just the mission control, but really the humanity and society at large. We also want to explore further. We want to not just land and stay close to land, but we want to explore further. We want to go several kilometers, tens of kilometers, and explore larger areas and have operations in larger areas. So we also have a challenge of how far does our communication technology extend with these high data rates. We have a scalability question because now we have a lot of these elements being deployed on the surface, in orbit, in space, and they all need to connect to each other in pretty dynamic ways. And when you look at space links today, they tend to be quite statically provisioned. Your information that you send on it is scheduled. That is not really how you use the internet today. So how do we bring some of that scalability, some of that dynamicity into space communication that we're used to every day? And then finally, latency. I mean, there's 2 parts to latency. One is the inherent latency of going from moon to Earth. The other part is really the latency on your surface network. So if you deploy a network on the moon and you use it for robotic operation and control, that latency has to be very, very small. Otherwise, your operation, even on the surface, is not very smooth and not very efficient. So then we think, when we look at telecommunication technologies that connect you with your phones to the network that you use at home for your broadband access, that connect data centers, there's a lot of attributes to those technologies. It starts with high bandwidth. And we think that with the future technologies, we need to get to tens and hundreds of megabits per second that you send on the surface of the moon, and gigabits, tens of gigabits per second data that you send from the moon back to Earth. We need to be able to extend it to tens of kilometers, not just a couple hundred meters, but tens of kilometers. We need to be able to connect dynamically tens to hundreds, thousands of devices. And we need to make sure the latency, the inherent latency from moon to Earth or Mars to Earth, we cannot really do anything about it. That's just speed of light. But how do you manage that in your communication protocols? And then when you have networks that you deploy locally, how do you minimize the latency so you have efficient, fast exchange of information and robotic control, for example, of your machines and systems you deploy? So I'll just show you one slide. I don't know how many of you know Bell Labs. Bell Labs is in your pocket every day. We're the research arm of Nokia, but we have 100 years of history of innovation, really looking at how you invent technologies to communicate, share information. And the most famous invention of the 100 years is the transistor. Your iPhone has about 18 billion transistors. We invented the concept of cellular technologies. We invented programming languages. So a lot of inventions in the communication and information technologies have originated in Bell Labs. We also have a history of communication in space. We're part of Project Mercury, Gemini, Apollo. We have, and I'll show this slide, we have also deployed the first communication satellite. Sputnik was, of course, the first satellite. The first communication satellite was called Telstar 1, launched in July 1962, and provided video, TV broadcast, and data exchange between Europe and the US. So that was a project that we did with NASA back in the early 60s. If I go back. Oh, there you go. More recently, we've really looked at how do you deploy and how do you build communication systems not for the service providers that provide coverage and connectivity in cities or homes, but how do you provide networks that you can deploy in mission-critical environment, in harsh environments. So we've done work of taking networks for public safety, emergency response, disaster recovery scenarios. And when we think about space, we think that's the extreme version of a network you would deploy on Earth. If you think about a network that you would deploy on the mine or an oil rig, from a communication perspective, it's not very different to a network that you would deploy to provide services on the lunar surface. So back in 2018, we started thinking, well, what does that actually mean? What does that look like? If this space economy is happening and space exploration is happening, we feel it's not going to happen without advanced communication capabilities. So how do we take the technologies that we deploy every day? How do we adapt them to space? Because it's kind of foolish to say we're starting from scratch. We're going to reinvent the wheel rather than leverage the investments that have been made in the telecommunication industry, knowing that the cellular network you deploy on Earth is not exactly the network you deploy on the moon, but you can leverage it and you adapt it to the environment and the conditions of the moon. So that's what we kind of set out back in 2018. We've been talking to NASA and different companies in the space industry to validate that hypothesis. And we also talked to particularly Mike Zemba at NASA Glenn Research Center, and he has this slide in one of his presentations where NASA was also looking at the different technologies and what coverage and capacity you could provide on the lunar surface. And if you look at this slide, see if I get the laser pointer. So here in the center, you have a proposed landing site. And then the different circles, the first little green circle shows his assessment of how far Wi-Fi can go, which is about 100 meters in his assessment. So you can get intermittent Wi-Fi maybe up to 300 meters. The white circle here is the expected EVA for astronauts. So that's about 1 kilometer. The blue circle is, well, it's 2 kilometers, sorry. The blue circle is 1 kilometer, which is how far current UHF, VHF radios would go. So right there, you have kind of a problem that you expect astronauts to go 2 kilometers. You have Wi-Fi technology that gives you the high throughput to get your data, your video from the astronauts, from, say, helmet-mounted cameras back. but not at the range that you want to go. You have UHF technology, which has a longer range, but still not quite the range you need for EVAs. And then he also did some calculations if you use 4G or 5G technologies, and his calculations show that you can extend this range to 5, 10, maybe beyond kilometers at megabits per second range. So now that allows you to do 1080p video, maybe 4K video at extended ranges. So we were quite pleased to have this conversation with him because independently he had done assessments on what we believe to be the case as well. And then back in 2020, we were fortunate to, we submitted a proposal to NASA to test this thesis. We said, we believe that you can take cellular technologies, you can adapt it on the moon, for operation on the moon, and we want to demonstrate that we can do that. So back in 2020, we were then awarded a project from NASA under their Tipping Point program to really demonstrate that. So we designed, developed, and then deployed the first cellular network on the moon in partnership with Intuitive Machines and Lunar Outpost. Great partners, and really, I'd say our first partners and friends in the space industry outside of NASA. When you look at this picture, you see the Intuitive Machines Athena lander. I'll show you what the network looks like, the components of the system look like. But we basically deploy a network on the lander, and think of the lander as the equivalent of your cell phone tower. When you drive along the highway or look at buildings, you see these tall masts or structures where you have antennas at the top. Well, think of the Intuitive Machines lander as being the equivalent of that cell tower. And then we had two payloads, one from Lunar Outpost, their map rover, also had a hopper from Intuitive Machines that had what we call the user equipment. Think of that as the equivalent of your smartphone. So the equivalent of your lunar smartphone goes into the rover, and then as the rover drives on the lunar surface, we connect the rover to the lander, and you can send command and control messages. You can get images, sensor data, and video back from the rover back to the lander. And you can do that at high bit rates, high data rates, all the way to the driving distance of the rover. So that's kind of what the plan for the mission was. I'll show you a little bit more what that equipment looks like. So if we go left to right, on the left side, you have what we call the user equipment. That's the equivalent of your smartphone. It's a little bit bigger than a deck of cards. Now, on this picture, you see it doesn't have a keyboard and it doesn't have a screen. That's because there's no need for that. This has all the communication and the modem functionalities, but there's no need for a screen or keyboard since this device is inside a rover. Then we have antennas that go on the rover or the hopper. Then you have that wireless air interface between the rover and the lander. And then we have this rectangular box here, which is a little bit bigger than a small pizza box. Kind of think of a rectangular pizza box. And that contains your entire cellular network. So all the functionalities that you have in a terrestrial cellular networks, all of that is integrated in a very compact form factor that's size, weight, power optimized, and then hardened for the environmental conditions, both shock, vibration, acceleration at launch and landing, from a temperature perspective, as well as radiation perspective. So that's your entire cellular network. Has all these components, some on the lander, some on the payloads that are deployed. And as part of this mission, then Intuitive Machines was responsible for the link back to Earth. So that was out of our scope, and we focused only on the surface network. And then there's mission control element that monitors the equipment, can configure it, can diagnose it, can make all kinds of changes to equipment if needed. The network is designed to be fully autonomous. So as soon as the lander lands, the network turns on, it's fully operational without human intervention. We can control it from Earth, but we don't want to really. Because ultimately, this network should be used by astronauts, and their job is not to be a telecom technician, but rather do their scientific mission or otherwise, and this network has to just be there. It has to just be there and work. Okay, so this is a short video from, say, selfie video from the IM-2 lander when it was in lunar orbit. How many of you have followed the IM-2 mission and know what happened? Okay, so raise your hand if you think it was a failure. Right. Raise your hand if you think it was a success. All right. So I consider it a partial success, and I'll tell you why. But I also feel like there's really no failures if you learn something. If you get information, you learn, you get better. There's no failures. It's large or small successes, but no real failures. So I'll share with you what happened, because what happened really is the Intuitive Machines lander tipped over at landing. The mission was cut short because power was very constrained, and there was not a lot of power available to extend the mission and operate all the payloads. Look at the left picture. This is a picture, again, a selfie from the lander shortly after separation. And when you see pictures from the ARM-2 mission and you see these kind of semicircles here, that's really where the Nokia equipment was. Underneath here, you see this silver box, a rectangular box. That's our network in the box. And then these semicircles are really our radiator for heat dissipation and thermal management. The middle picture, you see again the equipment. This is a selfie from lunar orbit. And then the right picture is the lander on the lunar surface, and it tipped over and it was on its side in a crater. So as I said, that limited the power that was available and ultimately cut the mission short. Fortunately for us, we were at the top side of the lander. So we were still exposed to the sun, so our equipment didn't get cold, and we were supplied power for 25 minutes because that was the part of the power budget that was given to us. And we managed to turn the network on, we managed to operate it, and we could show that this network was actually operational on the lunar surface. So that proved the point that, one, we built the network to survive launch, landing, maybe harsher landing than anticipated, and it operated on the surface. We also have evidence that the user equipment in the rover and the hopper was operational. We couldn't directly connect to it, but we have evidence that it was operational. But we could directly control this network. We could send commands to it. We got health data back from it. And we know this was fully operational, ready to make calls and take calls. Unfortunately, we say we have the first operational cellular network on the moon, but we don't claim the first cell phone call because the user equipment and the network were not operational at the same time based on how the power was allocated. So I think that's a major milestone. This is a 4G network. But it proved that you can take cellular technologies, you can build it in a way that's optimized for space, hardened for space, and you can deploy it and operate it. But small success, not full success, because we obviously wanted to do more. We wanted to connect the payloads. We wanted to allow them to send their scientific data, their videos back. And we wanted to take measurements on the surface of the moon. We ultimately wanted to measure how well the network works as the rover drives off into distance, measure the signal strength, measure the data throughput you can get. And this is really important from an engineering perspective because it allows you to calibrate your models against actual measurements. Nobody's really taken measurements on the lunar surface to measure RF propagation characteristics, to measure signal strength versus distance on the lunar surface. Everybody has models. And we've calibrated our models against others, but nobody's been able to take measurements and calibrate the models against actual measurements. And this is really important when you do mission planning in the future, that you know what network you need to deploy, how far your communication can go, how many nodes you need to deploy, how you configure your antennas, and so forth. So having reliable models that you can use to predict performance of future missions was really, really critical. And beyond supporting the operation of the mission, for us, that was kind of the biggest bummer that we didn't get this data to calibrate our model against real measurements. So where do we go from there? The next step for us, and we've announced this about a year ago, is that we're working with Axiom Space to put cellular technology into the suits, into the spacesuits. You may know Axiom from the missions that they fly to the International Space Station, but they're also building the next generation spacesuits for the Artemis program. And we've been very fortunate to work with NASA and Axiom to put the same cellular technology into the suits and demonstrate this on the upcoming Artemis 3 mission. So this will allow astronauts to communicate with each other, communicate back to the HLS, communicate back to mission control, and we collect all the data from its supporting voice, but it's also supporting their biometric information and, most excitedly, the video from the helmet-mounted cameras. So it's a very similar system to the one that I described to you on the IM-2 mission, but now integrated into the suits, where the network element is mounted on the HLS as opposed to the IM-2 lander, and the user equipment, instead of being in a rover, is now integrated into a suit. The applications are very similar, except we now also add voice support for it. So that's very exciting. So we're kind of really working on that right now and eagerly await the launch of Artemis 3 so we can really demonstrate that. So then the question is, beyond the surface communication, where do we go with respect to some of the challenges I talked about at the beginning? So I just want to show you a picture of how we think about space communication in general. And there's 4 elements really to space communication where we're interested in. One is surface operation. Right? And that's everything that I described to you before. How do I put a network on the lunar surface to provide coverage and capacity on the surface around a habitat, around mining operation, or around a lander? And that's equally true for the moon or for Mars. So think of the surface operation, and ultimately you would deploy that same network on Mars. The second is really, can you put that network in orbit and provide coverage from orbit to the surface? And you may want to do that in areas where you have not established yet your permanent infrastructure. Maybe it's a new area that you explore and you have just deployed a few sensors or a small rover, but you need to connect that rover back. And that's very similar to what you see with satellite constellations in Earth orbit. Now you just put your cellular technology on the satellite in lunar orbit. The third one is very exciting for us also, and this is how do you connect the moon back to Earth? Because if you collect all this information on the lunar surface, and you're collecting hundreds of megabits per second on the lunar surface, how do you bring that data back? Right now, we don't have the capacity to bring all of that data back. So we need to look at new technologies, and primarily we're thinking optical laser communication technologies to increase the bit pipe back from the moon back to Earth. And we're really thinking to go to gigabits, tens, up to 100 gigabits per second of trunk lines back to Earth. So that's quite interesting. That's number 3. Number 4 is, now you have all these assets. You have some assets on the surface. You have some assets in lunar orbit. You have maybe spacecraft approaching. You have space stations. You have gateway. How do you interconnect all of them in a dynamic way? Because they're all moving. And the links that you need between each one of them depend on what you're trying to send between each one of them. They should not be statically provisioned links. But as you need capacity, you start moving capacity and bandwidth around. And how do you handle the dynamic aspects of this entire network? So that's kind of the 4th area we're thinking. How do you manage a dynamic network in space? So that's kind of the broad picture where we're interested in. We focused very much on the surface communication, but the other aspects are equally exciting to us. And I'll just leave with my last slide. It's kind of the same picture that I had at the beginning. We believe there's exciting opportunities from human exploration, robotic exploration on the moon and Mars and beyond. But we also believe that none of this will really happen without communication. You need infrastructure, whether it's power infrastructure, habitats, resource mining infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, but we also believe you need communication infrastructure. And so we're really excited about working with everybody in the space industry and being welcomed as a telecom company into the space industry to bring our technologies to bring that to bear on the problems of communication and networking in space. And I would just say, if any of you are interested in talking to us, or any of you have missions, projects where you need communication and you're not quite sure how to address it, we'll be very, very happy to learn about your requirements and then see how we can collaborate to address that. Because we're the experts on communication, but we don't know anything else really in space other than communication. So we're really excited about being part of the industry and the ecosystem and collaborate across the industries. Because innovation is great, but innovation is even better when you go at the intersection of industries. So with that, I'll stop here. And looking at time, I think we have a few minutes for any questions. Thank you very much. clear. Cool. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I can't hear you.
Do you plan to, are you making any project of a base station mission to the moon for a network again in the near future?
So the two missions we've publicly announced is the IM-2 mission that we flew and the Artemis 3 mission. We're always looking for other missions to deploy and test and validate the equipment as we evolve the capabilities. We don't have any other mission publicly announced right now, but if you have a mission in mind and you think we can help you, we'd definitely be happy to talk, but we don't have anything that we're currently publicly talking about.
Ultimately, that's what should be done actually to build a network on the moon, but thank you.
Thank you very much for the very interesting overview. I was wondering what kind of role are playing delay-tolerant networks? Mm-hmm. Can you detail a bit more?
Yeah, I think the DTNs will come in that fourth element that I talked about on the network infrastructure. So definitely that's where DTN will come in on the moon to Earth and even more so Mars back to Earth. So that's where I think DTN will come in. And then the question is, how do you run, say, DTN or bundled protocol on top of the underlying communication link? So that's exactly where that would come in. I'll extend your question a little bit. The other element that's really interesting is local computing. Because right now, we're talking about collecting all the data, whether it's Moon, Mars, wherever, and bringing everything back. And at some point, we may not be able to bring all the data back, or we realize we don't need to bring all the data back. And I think that's when we go from taking communication infrastructure and augmenting it with computing infrastructure to do local processing, run analytics locally rather than bring everything back. So that's going to be interesting to see how communication with then the dynamic networking and DTN, how that interfaces with edge processing.
Autonomy versus teleoperations.
From a network perspective?
Real-time aspects might have to be handled autonomously, while teleoperations can provide targets.
Yeah, exactly. I think on the autonomous aspect, for example, if you have autonomous robotics on the lunar surface that you connect, you cannot have that operation be done autonomous where the control sits on Earth. You have to run that locally. Yeah. Teleoperation you can do remote, but autonomous operation, you need to run that locally on network. And that's why having low latency on the surface network itself is important. Just like if you control robots in a factory here, you want that link between the robots to be very low latency. Otherwise, your control in the factory is not smooth. And the same will be true. And that's why 5G gives you really low latency on your communication links. And then teleoperation, I think, you can do that. Earth to Moon, you can probably still do teleoperation, but it also changes a little bit the training of the operator because of the 1.5 seconds. But when you go to Mars, I think that's going to be very, very tricky. You're not going to be very efficient if you do teleoperation to Mars. So autonomy will be even more important. Edge processing will be even more important on Mars than on Moon.
That's a very innovative idea, as what you just have come across with the mobile network on Moon. So I was wondering that the mobile network on Moon, who would be the server, where would be the server, who would be the recipient, and where the communication channel would be operated? It would be like the communication through data would be processed on Earth and the server would be provided. If you give me a little bit of a clarification on.
So from a communication perspective, we think the entire network is on the Moon, so that you have your base station on the Moon, you have your terminals on the Moon, and they locally connect. If you now have applications and you want to process data, that goes a little bit back to the gentleman's question of where do you send everything back to Earth and you process the data on Earth? Now you have the latency, which may not be acceptable for certain applications, like robotic applications. If you want astronaut health information, yes, you send that back to Earth. So the processing of the data could be local on the surface because you need that information locally on the surface, or you send it back. But that's very application specific. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. So it would give the network coverage on Moon? Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of, think right now you're here, you're connecting your phone to the local network.
Yeah.
But your application may run locally, or it may run in a data center somewhere. So that's still how you connect your device to the network, to the internet, is a little bit decoupled from where the application runs that you're consuming on the device.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Just a quick question about the horizon. Because the horizon's much shorter, that means the propagation is going to be quite limited. Have you worked through the mechanics of what the propagation and what frequency you'd be radiating on with the Moon in terms of propagation?
Yeah, so that's where we think the 10 kilometers come in. Propagation depends typically on a number of things. Depends on your power level, depends on your height of your antenna, depends on your terrain, and then terrain, the curvature of the Moon influence, then of course the terrain. So all these elements come together, but that's why we believe if you put this on a large lander, the antenna on the large lander, and you're trying to connect to a vehicle, you could go up to 10 kilometers at the frequencies we're looking at. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone, for the last GNF session of the day. I'm very happy to introduce this session, which is titled Tactically Responsive Space. Please help me in welcoming Sam Peterson, founding partner of Cislunar International and adjunct professor at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University.
Thank you and welcome. Thank you everybody for attending our discussion. I did just want to say briefly a few words about a couple of organizations that helped put this together. So I'm here on behalf of Space Force Association, which is the nonprofit which supports the U.S. Space Force. And of course, very interested in the topic of tactically responsive space. And then I'm also here, as she mentioned, as an adjunct faculty for Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, where I teach in the Master of Space Operations and the Master of Science and Space Studies programs. And it is my great pleasure to welcome this fantastic panel. Let me figure out this clicker. So here we go. First, I'll introduce Eric Salwan. Eric is a new space advocate and entrepreneur. As one of the seed investors and first employee of Firefly Space Systems, Eric was a member of the initial team that worked to create an innovative small satellite launch solution. He has since led cross-department initiatives, including setting up Firefly's IT infrastructure, and he's now the Director of Commercial Business Development at Firefly Aerospace. Eric is responsible for developing the commercial business pipeline for Firefly's Alpha launch vehicle. Welcome, Eric.
Thanks. Great to be here. I appreciate the opportunity to come and talk about what Firefly is doing in the responsive space category. We have end-to-end mission solutions for responsive space. If you look at on-demand launch, Firefly has successfully demonstrated the ability to do a tactically responsive space launch. What that means is within 24 hours, we were able to do final orbital selection, get that programmed, do payload encapsulation, take the encapsulated payload to the launch site, integrate it with the vehicle, go vertical, fuel it, and be ready to launch within 24 hours. As soon as we got the go, we launched. That was the first time that's ever been done, and that was a U.S. Space Force launch called Victus Nox. That demonstrated a new capability for the United States of America, and it was really General Gutlein came to Firefly after that launch and thanked us for proving out that capability for the United States. We're also working on a deployable launch solution, so what we're going to be able to do is within 7 days deploy our Alpha to be launched from anywhere that we want to, and within 2 days of being on site, we're going to be able to be ready to launch. And we also have an in-space maneuverability solution called Elytra, and that is a high delta V maneuverable spacecraft. We can use that for our rendezvous and proximity operations. We can do it for space situational awareness, and we have that first one that is getting ready to fly. And that's very similar to our Blue Ghost lunar lander, which landed on the moon successfully earlier this year. Very similar components, so it's TRL-9 from all the way through cislunar space to landing on the moon.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce Jeff Thornburg. Jeff is the CEO of Portal Space Systems, a next-generation spacecraft company redefining orbital maneuverability. He previously served as the Vice President of Propulsion at SpaceX, architecting the Raptor engine for Starship, and has held leadership roles at Amazon Kuiper, Stratolaunch, and Agility Robotics. He's a U.S. Air Force veteran. Thornburg contributed to the world's first hydrogen full-flow staged combustion cycle engine. Under his leadership, Portal closed one of the largest seed rounds in aerospace and is set to launch its first mission in 2026. His work has earned him awards from NASA and the Air Force, including NASA's Spaceflight Awareness Award. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you, Sam. And I'd like to thank SFA and the IAC and the IAF and everyone for having us here today. It's a great honor and pleasure to be here with everybody. A little brief background on Supernova and Portal Space Systems. We're a Seattle-based company, Seattle, Washington. We're building Supernova, which is the world's first solar thermal powered high delta V, high thrust spacecraft. It services multi-role missions for our defense and commercial partners, and with unparalleled mobility in a very, very rapid fashion that really hasn't been possible before. It's a 5 to 15-year spacecraft lifetime, and it's really designed for not just defense, but as I mentioned, commercial and government missions with NASA and others. The bottom line with what we're trying to build is we're really trying to solve kind of this age-old problem of spacecraft being designed to operate in one altitude and never go anywhere else. And so we're really the first transorbital platform where we can travel from MEO to LEO in hours, LEO to GEO in a day, LEO to lunar in less than 4 days. So we're really looking to provide that transorbital service in one platform and start to move away from all these bespoke spacecraft for every single mission, but really the iPhone of spacecraft platforms that can service multiple applications and missions for our customers. So it's an honor to represent my team of about 25 people at Portal. We've got 2 exciting missions coming up in 2026 for our risk reduction program, and we just expanded our facilities in Seattle as we start to manufacture these systems for our customers. So again, pleasure to be with you here today.
Thank you, Jeff. And finally, I'd like to introduce Luca Rossettini. Luca is a visionary entrepreneur seeking a profitable and sustainable expansion of humankind in space. In 2009, Luca won the Fulbright Scholarship, and in 2010 obtained a certificate in technology and entrepreneurship in Silicon Valley, California. After an internship position at NASA Ames Research Center, Luca went back to Italy and founded D-Orbit, developing a solution for space logistics and transportation. Welcome, Luca.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here in front of you, but especially to be part of this panel. You know, I really want to work with you guys as soon as possible. We were discussing about the lack of these services in the sector and the necessity of working in this direction. So what the Orbit does, we work on the space logistics, so the infrastructure that will enable all the future businesses in orbit and help the existing business satellite operators to do better and more profitably what they do today. Our goal is really to connect Mars, the asteroid belt, Moon, and Earth through a logistic network capable of transporting goods, that as we are doing around the Earth, people in the future, information as we are building around the Earth, and energy. That's something that we need to think about. 600 people, 21 space missions completed successfully, more than 200 payloads that we deliver in orbit. And since we started in Europe, and Europe, it's not Europe, but it's very fragmented, we have to become a global company as soon as possible, so you find many other locations there. I like to say that the orbit is where the best beaches on the planet are. So if you want to visit us, typically you have the sea or the lake close to you. Yeah. And that's it, so thank you.
Thank you, Luca. So this panel is meant to be kind of a conversation, and I'm told that they'll put up a QR code that will let you put questions into Slido, which will open up for questions a little bit later, but you can start submitting questions as we start the conversation. And for the rest of the time, this is the slide that you're going to be looking at. So I guess maybe we can start with you, Eric. If you could talk a little bit more about the importance of tactically responsive space missions as it relates to national security.
Sure. So tactically responsive space is critical going forward to national security. We were able to prove it out with our Victus Nox mission, and what that gives the United States the ability to do is to rapidly respond to any threat from our adversaries. So that could be a satellite that is, we're deprived of that use, to very quickly launch a replacement satellite, That could be in the event of a disaster. If we need to launch a satellite to have coverage of that area, we could do that within 24 hours of the call-up as long as we're ready to go. And it also gives the ability as a deterrent for our adversary nations. If they know that we're able to very quickly replace these assets, it reduces their desire to take those assets out. And that's really what we want. It gives us a really great deterrent capability for the future of space missions.
Thank you. Thinking about, how you described it in national security from the U.S. standpoint, when we look more internationally, and I'll turn to Luca for this question, with international collaboration, how can allied nations and private companies work together to pursue, responsive goals without compromising things like, sovereignty and security?
Yeah, that's a very good and difficult questions, especially nowadays with the current geopolitical situation that is changing while we are talking, right? So, and new wars are starting everywhere, so defense is becoming key, and it's again entering the space. So defense created the space market as we know today, but now they are coming back with new ideas. So I think in the future, wars will be fought not using missiles, but using intelligence. So the space part, it's going to be key today and into the future. But in order to make it effective, then that's probably not possible to think that one nation alone can do it. Also because once you have an infrastructure in orbit, it's automatically covering the entire planet. So cooperation, I think it's a goal. It's not yet a fact. There are some cooperations existing among nations, but when you touch certain topics that are the more important, we are still lacking of a good communication flow. So I think the role of industries here, I think it's clear, because we need to cooperate. I need their services, right? So, and my customers, we are in 4 continents, so we have customers in 4 continents. So all of them need my services that I need someone else's services. So from a commercial perspective, we are already cooperating. How we help the defense to go into pursuing their objectives, but also into these cooperations, I think that's a responsibility that we have to take as industries as well.
I guess if I could jump in there, I would say space is not about the cool Star Trek, Star Wars tech. It's about information dominance when it comes to defense applications. And so the international cooperation is critical in that to counter our adversaries, the allies must have the information dominance, and the only way that happens is through interoperability, as well as the ability to work together, to firm our network together to have that information superiority. That's what everybody's chasing. That's why space is so key going forward. And I would add to something Eric said earlier, where it's not just rapid launch, but it's also how do you move assets rapidly on orbit as well. So it's going to be a combination in dynamic space operations and tactically responsive space to have both rapid launch as well as rapid movement of existing assets on orbit as well.
What about the regulatory kind of policy aspects of that? Is there things from like navigation or perhaps keep out zones and transparency with other governments? How do we handle these kind of issues?
I love that question because it kind of falls under this vernacular that the industry likes to use called space traffic management. And if you're a pilot or you've ever seen an aviation map, you have these, what's called an ADIZ or a keep out zone for around a military base or some sovereign border of a country. That's not how space works. Everything circles the globe at rapid speed. You don't just carve out a thing over the top of your country and say nobody can enter there. That's not how it works. And so I think the cool part of your question is, regardless of whether you're friendly or adversarial on orbit, you have to know where each other are. And if we don't have a system that tells each other where we're at, then you're guaranteed to have conjunctive events, and that's just engineering speak for running into each other, creating debris, and causing problems. So just one person's opinion here, but regardless of adversary or friendly, we must come up with a global strategy for space traffic management for both peacetime and when it's not peacetime, in my opinion. And I don't think, Sam, we have that problem solved. I think the ISAC is a great start in terms of information sharing among nations, but it's not adequate for who is going to be the arbiter of truth on where things are and how they're moving. We do not have air traffic control or international air traffic control for space, and we need it to happen very, very quickly.
Luca?
Totally agree. So that's a good example where we need cooperations, right? So I give you this example. I think a couple of years ago, we did a rendezvous with the commercial satellites from a US company, private company, right? So we did it well. The US Air Force was involved, and ESOC in Europe, they were involved. They helped us. They said, don't go beyond 1 kilometer. So we stopped at like 800 meters. So we were everything okay. And then the other way around, now they want to do a rendezvous on one of my satellites. And then the State Department in US contacted my government in Europe, and they were, oh, whoa, what's going on here? So how comes that in 2025, then we are talking about rendezvous docking, orbital maneuvers since like decades, and how comes there are no yet agreements or like rules of like procedures to follow, right? So we are set in the directions, but I don't think it's correct to leave the companies alone in this path. So, and as you said, it's like European company with American company, maybe tomorrow there will be a South of America or maybe an African company. So, and that's something that we need to take into consideration.
And I think it's driven by the fact that the governments of the world, and it took sovereign financing to go to space. And now the commercial space industry actually operates more spacecraft on orbit than any nation. But the nation's rules and regulations for stuff like this have not caught up with the reality of commercial space operators are now the dominant players on orbit. So how are we going to address that? We need the governments to catch up with where we are from a technology and commercial space standpoint.
Thank you. I do have a question that came from the audience now, and maybe Eric can take a crack at this. Does tactically responsive space also include delivery of cargo via rocket to destinations on the Earth?
So currently, we're not doing that, but the US government has started investigating those programs. And in the future, I think we are going to be able to see that. So technically, using a rocket, you can deliver cargo anywhere on the Earth within about an hour from launch. So there have been some early investigations of that, and I think we're going to see that. I think there's some complications with that, because once you land that rocket, to actually get it back, you're going to have to refuel it, you're going to have to reboost it. So it's going to be a complex problem, but it is an interesting problem that I think we're going to see a lot more development of in the future.
Interesting, thank you. Maybe turning back to Luca, what does sustainable space, resilient Earth mean to you?
Well, sustainability we started a company with this in mind. I think it's an obvious necessity. So if we don't create a sustainable space, there will be no market for anyone, not for the defense, not for us. And again, like talking about tactical responsive space, we need to be very careful on how we manage space. If we do something on Earth, typically you have a restricted area that is impacted. But when we do something in space, the entire space is impacted. So, and that's something that we need to take into consideration. So that's why I said, bringing missiles in orbit, guys, it's not a very good idea, right? Because it's a lose-lose. I do remember there was the movie War Games in the 1984. Probably half of the audience, they don't even know what it is, that movie. But at the end...
Do you want to play a game?
Exactly, right? So at the end, the computer, the AI ante litteram, understood that it was a lose-lose, right? So, and like missiles in orbit, it's a lose-lose. We lose everyone. But on the other hand, you want a resilience. So you want to. So that's something that in space it's still, I think, at the early stage. How can we protect our assets? How can we make our assets durable? And how can we make sure that our assets is not hackerable? So there are three different aspects. Cybersecurity is the last one. Durable means certain type of quality that match with the speed that you need to have, so the responsiveness. And the first one is how we protect, how we manage the threat not just debris, of course, nowadays, right? So these are the three elements that I think is going to be very rapidly developed in the next months or few years.
Yeah, and if I can just branch onto that a little bit, when we talk about the deterrent capability of responsive space, one of the things that we're trying to avoid are these, if you look at these previous ASAT tests that have been done to take out a satellite on orbit, they end up creating debris clouds. So what we're very much trying to avoid is kinetic attacks against on-orbit assets that create those debris clouds. And by having a responsive space capability, you then deter people from actually launching those attacks and then further polluting the space environment.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't think most people realize that those types of events, when you create those debris clouds, will basically encircle the Earth in whatever orbit they're in a matter of hours, which means anything in that orbital track is now susceptible to damage or destruction. And all it's going to take is a few of those types of events to deny access to everybody to that particular location. So it's a serious matter that's got to get addressed.
There's another interesting question which kind of branches off from what you were talking about, and I'll give this one to Jeff. What kind of communications architecture will be needed to make tactically responsive space work? And do we have the right C2 infrastructure today to make this work in time and in space?
I think it depends on what kind of mission you're talking about. I mean, as far as what kind of communications are required, obviously there's a tremendous advancement in optical communication with OASL, optical inter-satellite links, as well as OCT terminals on orbit. I think when you talk about how allied nations work with each other, the communications question as asked, I would say we have to develop standards in which we can have the interoperability with other nations and make that communication very easy. In terms of orbit to ground, I don't think the ground station problem is going away. I mean, we definitely need, continual and persistent ground communication as they're available, but that's costly and takes time. And then that communication also has to be protected. And I think there's some interesting technologies, if you let me stretch a little bit into the future. Quantum is around the corner. And I think the race for quantum technology is real. And the first to have access to true quantum encryption and decryption are really going to own the communication conduits and back to the information dominance we talked about before. So you either need to be quantum resistant, meaning people can't crack your communications, or I think we could find ourselves in a few years in a situation where the entity that owns the ability to master quantum, there is no encryption capability that's going to keep people from owning communication and understanding everybody else's as well. So I think those are the types of things that come to mind when I'm asked the question about what kind of communication and ground C2 infrastructure needs are going to be needed for anybody, especially the allied nations of the world.
Yeah, so if I may add, so there are two sides. One is getting to where you need to be in orbit as soon as possible, exactly where you need to be, right? So that's rapid response. The other side is to get the right information, not the data, but the right information exactly to the man on the field, or maybe not even to the man anymore, to the machine that needs to go somewhere. Right? So exactly where it needs to be. So in this sense, now we are still thinking that we need to enlarge and enlarge and enlarge the bandwidth. But in reality, what do we do on Earth? We use a cloud computing systems that actually do all the processes. This is happening in space. We are not the only one, by the way. So we have 4 nodes, but there are other companies that are doing the same. We demonstrated that you can reduce the amount of data that you typically need to deliver by 98% to have exactly the same information. That means that you can reduce to seconds what takes hours now to get. And from defense, that means that you can have a man with a portable antenna, he can receive the GPS coordinate where to go, or just communicate with the truck to deliver the water on the field where it's needed. So it's still at a very early stage. There are many, many companies worldwide that are working on that. That's a clear example. So this cloud infrastructure cannot be a monopoly. It should be a distributed cloud infrastructure. Because let's let's be honest, we will never be able to have the same cloud power that we have on ground. So we need to connect all the we need to create satellites that are cloud ready in order to do it. At that point, the hackerability is going to be still possible, but more difficult because you don't know where the information is, but you can get the information exactly where you need it because you have always some satellites in visibility.
I'd also like to see us move away from, you are going to see the push to autonomy, which is going to negate the need to have as much ground C2 and communication infrastructure because the time it takes, when we talk about tactically responsive space activities, the defense ministries of the world need to make decisions in seconds and minutes. So we can't have communication happening between ground and spacecraft, ground and spacecraft. By the time you understand what's happening and make decisions, it's over, whatever's going on. And so AI and ML as applied to autonomy on orbit will start to supersede more and more ground C2 and communication because that's what's going to be required just based on how quickly we're advancing technology on orbit right now.
What about non-military applications? Are there civilian commercial applications for these tactically responsive capabilities?
Yeah, for sure. And we've already started talking to customers about this. If you look at some of these satellite constellations, they might have these very expensive on-orbit spares that they have on orbit in the event that one of their satellites goes out, they can quickly replace that capability. Well, instead of doing that, you can have ground spares and you can have a responsive launch capability so that if you lose a satellite in orbit, you can quickly replace that exact satellite at the right spot, and you don't have to have a bunch of on-orbit spares to augment one of the planes. At the same way you can do that, instead of having these on-orbit spares up there for years at a time, and that technology is getting stale, you can replace the ground spares on a regular basis. So when you have to replace that orbital satellite that's failed with the rapid response capability, you're doing it with a satellite that is up to date with the latest technology.
Yeah, I guess kind of as an adder to what Eric said is, I agree we don't want to have a bunch of on-orbit spares that can only do one thing, which is why we're approaching the problem a little bit differently, where we have a multi-role application where we have multiple capabilities on Supernova so that we can be performing commercial missions or defense missions, and then we could actually move into supporting a need that developed where somebody has an asset that's now not working properly or is inoperable for some reason. And that's why it's so important to be able to move those assets within hours to accommodate whatever the need is. And it doesn't have to be defense, to your question, because time is money on orbit, and these constellations are the currency is data, and every minute that they're not selling data, they've got a revenue problem. And so the faster we can fill that void, the better it is for commercial operators as well. And so I think it's just as important on the commercial operator side on how we support it with rapid launch or rapid maneuver from spacecraft as it is on orbit and in orbit quick maneuverability applications. I think it helps both.
Think about natural disasters. So fast response means saving lives. So if it happens that you have a thermal infrared cameras, you can detect fires. Maybe you are in the wrong orbit, but with these capabilities, you just move into the right orbit, what standard satellites cannot do, right? So that's the new capabilities that we see in space more and more nowadays.
One other I thought of real quickly, because I saw a colleague in the audience, is the number of maneuvers these massive satellite constellations have to do to get out of the way of orbital debris is money. And so every minute you're dodging stuff is a minute you're not operating for either your defense or commercial application. So having on-orbit servicing capability to pick up this debris and get it out of the way is saving a tremendous amount of time and pain and dollars commercially. And that business case is real right now. We're not waiting for that to happen. But I think a lot of people hoped the debris thing, while we're talking about commercial, would be supported by governments of the world, enforcing rules that said, if you litter on orbit, there will be a financial penalty, which would drive a business model. That hasn't happened. Instead, what's happening is the massive LEO constellations for mostly broadband internet providers have so many assets and now are moving so much, it's costing them significant dollars to do that, And now there's a business case for that commercial application for servicing on orbit. And being able to rapidly move and clean up that problem, there's a real business case for now.
Interesting. What about, this is one that came from the audience as well. We're here in Australia for IAC. And what role, if any, does Australia take part in tactically responsive space missions? How would you like to see Australia take part, keeping in mind that Australia does not yet have a launch capability?
I'd love to jump in on that one, because I've had the good fortune to not only interact with a lot of amazing Australian companies this week, but I've had the privilege to work with Australian civil servants within the DoD as well as the military. And I would answer that question by saying it's already happening. Australia is one of the closest allies with the US that there is, and they've played a huge part in the defense of the allied nations for many, many years, and in space since, I think, 1960. And so I think the intelligence relationship those two countries have, the military alliance that exists there is super strong. I think the up-and-coming thing is there's an ecosystem in space growing here that I'm really excited about. It's one of the reasons I wanted to be here this week, to explore partnership opportunities. And so I think I want to see more of those commercial partnerships between the US and Australia, the growing military relationship and the continuation of what's been established for many decades, and then expanding upon some of the great opportunities that exist across Australia in ground tracking, ground stations, communication operations, remote operations. I think there's a tremendous amount of opportunity here that I'm personally excited about in the future.
Yeah, and I will say I am too, and I've gotten the opportunity to talk with multiple of the potential Australian launch sites, and it is going to happen. I mean, there's really good locations in Australia to do a domestic launch site, and when you combine that with the deployable launch solution that Firefly is working on, you can quickly get one of those launch sites up and active. And one of the concerns just in general that the United States has is diversity of launch sites. So if there's some sort of instance where we're deprived of one of our launch sites in the United States, having the ability to launch from Australia, which is a very close partner with the United States, is going to be a huge asset.
What about Luca? What's your view coming from Europe on these kind of things?
I don't see any difference. Why Australia should be treated different? And if we talk about launching capabilities, who has launch capabilities nowadays? China, United States, Europe, India, Japan, Russia. But we have like almost 200 nations on this planet, so that's not a key aspect. By the way, I think Australia has some launch capabilities already, at least to orbit, at least once, so it's already happening. And the launch site, it has been created with a lot of difficulties, to my knowledge, but it's there. So it's just a matter of time and cooperation. There's something that Australia do better, and then we should leverage on them, and some that maybe is still missing, and then you can cooperate with other companies in order to fill the gaps. But at the end, we are talking about a nation that is close to the United States, but it's close to Europe as well, and it's on the other side of the equator that I think it's something unique and like an advantage, a competitive advantage.
Eric, what do you think is the biggest barrier for tactically responsive space missions to go from demonstrations to full operations?
Yes, I think we've already demonstrated commercially that we can do a responsive launch with the Victus Nox mission. I talked about that from call up to preparing to launch in less than 24 hours. One of the big things that we do have to work on is regulation. So we have to get FAA, FCC, Space Force to work together to really streamline the regulations that will allow for responsive space missions. And I think that is happening. People see the need for that. And I think we're going to see improvements in that in the future. We have 2 more responsive launches that are coming up. We have Victus Haze and Victus Sol that are both under contract that we're going to see. So we could see that this is an emerging segment that is just going to continue to grow, and we need to have regulations that match that.
If I may add, so I think that even in this case, two aspects. One is that if, let's say, a defense customer in this case, right? So they are used to buy assets. This is something new. What we are talking about, it's like tactically responsive space is something new. So even if you sell the assets, then you need to transfer some knowledge. And that's still part of the procurement process that it's not entirely done. So it's work in progress. They are working with companies and so on. On the other end, you can provide a service. So you can buy a service from companies, but then again, you enter into a domain of a different type of procurement methodology. So United States is definitely more advanced, but not as advanced as everybody thinks. It's not you go there, you have a service, and then defense buy from you. It takes a long time. And they are typically used to work with like companies that they were working with them since many years, and that's normal and natural because that's a matter of trust. We are talking about security. You want to work with someone that you trust, right? So these are barriers that are lowering down, but if we really want the like responsive world to be real, then we need to accelerate this lowering down these barriers, because we have the innovative services, but then we need someone to understand. Just to give an example, if I sell services, let's say that we are so good at all the procurements of the defense and civil change, and they can buy very easily services, then there is another issue, the financial aspect, because to sell service, I start making money when my asset is in orbit, while I have to spend money, like probably 1 year before. Right, to procure all the parts and start manufacturing and so on. So how can I make sure that they have the financial stability to like prepare 1, 2, 3, 10, 100 assets in order to deliver the service that is required? So there is also these aspects that need to be taken into consideration. It's not just procurement, but it's an overall comprehensive view of this new way of providing services.
We definitely have more affordable launch than we ever have had in human history. But I think when you talk about tactically responsive or dynamic space operations and those types of buzzwords, it comes down to, do you have the right assets on orbit or in the hangar ready to launch? And so for any nation or set of nations, I think the bottom line is it's not just having affordable launch, but you need enough launch and you need enough assets so that you can quickly get information, and we're not there yet. We don't have enough of the right assets in all orbits and all locations to have immediate access to information. Anytime a natural disaster occurs, you still typically are moving an asset, and that takes time. So that means people are under threat of death or injury because of the time it takes to move these assets to get data. In defense and wartime scenarios, same thing. It takes time to move assets, which means you lack information, which means lives are on the line. So I think the push really is, this isn't some magical wand scenario where you wave it and magic appears and you have tactically responsive space. It's what are the assets and how can they communicate through our allied work together so we can have immediate information on any scenario that pops up. That's really what we're trying to chase here as a part of either defense or commercial applications.
Thank you. We do have a couple of minutes left, and I want to pose a question for each of you to answer. Since the three of you have all been founders of successful space companies, and maybe we'll start on the other side this time and work this way. Do you have one piece of advice that comes to mind? Because I'm sure there's a lot of space entrepreneurs out in the audience to give them, a lesson learned from your arsenal, let's say, and we'll start with Luca.
So it's going to be a long journey, guys. A lot of sweat and blood, so be prepared, but don't give up, because the market is growing so fast, and it's so logical that it's going to be bigger and bigger, that if you don't give up, you have the right idea, the right mentality, you preserve cash as much as possible, then you will be successful, so don't give up.
Yeah, that's very similar to my thought as Sam asked the question, but it's true. It's one of the most difficult technologies and industries that you can be an entrepreneur in. And like I tell founders all the time, I think a lot of engineers think, if I'm smart enough, I can solve all the problems on my own, because that's how engineers like to think. But in space, in the space industry, it takes a talented team, basically grinding it out every day in the face of adversity, because there's a lot more entities and people and organizations that want to tell you you can't do something than ones that will tell you you can. And so you have to believe in yourself, you have to have a strong team, and you have to ignore the naysayers and keep plowing forward. And it just takes time. And I think a lot of people sometimes think that company got lucky or that founder or CEO got lucky. Those people didn't get lucky. They kept grinding, and that's what was the secret until they reached the level of success that they had.
Both of you just gave some incredibly good advice. I'm going to say, without resilience, you're just not going to get there. I mean, you could look at the story of Firefly. There was a lot of things that went wrong. We had an incredible team, and when things went wrong, that team got together and they figured out a solution, and they went out and they implemented that solution. You cannot get from the concept and the vision to landing on the moon and expect it to go smoothly, because it absolutely didn't. So you have to surround yourself with people that have a desire to succeed. You have to go out and you have to, I will say, and this is very true, it can't just be engineers. You have to go out there and you have to create a network of people that believe in your vision and that are going to help you. Some of the people, some of the friends that we made in the process of Firefly, they showed up at the exact right time, and they gave us help that was beyond anything that we could have expected. And without that help, we wouldn't have been able to do it. So you got to go out there and you got to make some friends.
Thank you, all three of you, for your insights into tactically responsive space. And thank you to the audience for a lot of the great questions that were asked throughout the session. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
one is this